Good morning. All right, we are ready to go. I don't know if the judge has shown some sign of going early, and law and crime is, or if they've got a heads up or something. But we're ready to go. Eowyn is saying hi. She's a little irritated because I moved her so that I'd have room to sit. Oh, I do put vinegar on my bug bites too. This seems to be something that I don't know. It's helping to reduce the swelling. I do like vinegar. I think it somehow seems to help draw out the bug stuff. But anyway, yes, last night on my stream, it gave me a suggestion of the one border control agent who was the first on the scene. I think Lara or something was his name, and yeah, he was the one that was so emotional, and I was reviewing that. Yeah, I got a lot more out of it the second time around than I did the first. I guess because I was knowing what was coming up and was able to concentrate better. But yeah, I had it wrong. I had thought from what they were saying that that it was Robert Burgos-Aviles who made made a 911 call reporting finding the bodies, but no, he summoned Lara, who was he'd just encountered a few minutes before nearby, and summoned him. And if I understand it correctly, it was he who then reported it in. I'm not sure that it was on the phone or if it was over radio or what, but so I had misunderstood there. So I was looking at the headlines on YouTube, and I see that we saw the story that Corey Richens had sued the estate of Eric Richens, and I think the family members individually, for $2 million, because they said that she should get the money from the house because she contributed to the payments and so forth. I'm not sure how much of that's really true, but I would say that yeah, she probably has a claim for a share of the equity of the house, because the trust was set up and did name her as, or at least his wife. I don't know if it mentioned her by name. So in that case, for the house only, she's got an interest, but the estate has now turned around and sued Corey Richens for $13 million. So we now have two lawsuits from the estate against Corey Richens and one from Corey Richens against the estate. And I am assuming that they might join these trials all together. Although the last one for the first lawsuit filed, I actually watched a hearing on that, and it sounded like it was further down the road, and they were asking for summary judgment, and the Corey Richens was waving something and so forth, and I couldn't really understand it because it sounded like it'd been ongoing for some time. But I think under the circumstances, joining all these lawsuits together seems logical because they're all tied together, and it's ridiculous. She's not going to get the money because if she's guilty of killing Eric, she can't profit by her crimes, so therefore she's not entitled to $1 from the estate. And Corey Richens surely doesn't have $13 million of her own because she had lawsuits against her all over the place because she had hard money lenders for the houses she was flipping. She did have a house in the Avenues, and I think one over in Midway or Heber that she was renting out to. I mean, some of these houses she ended up not flipping and was renting out, but I don't think it was $13 million worth of real estate. So, yeah. So now let's see if Corey Richens files another lawsuit against the estate. It's getting kind of ridiculous. Let's take a look and see what's on the docket for Corey here. Oh, we've got a 2 p.m. hearing today on it looks like it says Alec Rich et al. Against Corey Richens. I'm not sure if that's the estate. I haven't heard mention of Alec Wright. That might be one of her creditors. So I might watch that on another tab while the hearing is going on if we're not in a break at that time. Yeah, so that I can find out what's going on that. One of them is a motion for a writ, or a motion to stay, and the other one says judgment on a writ. So I'll keep a track of that today, 2 p.m. So let's see. James Brenner. His case should be showing up on the computer docket by now. Nope, not today. Oh, it'll show up tomorrow. Today is the 30th, and it was the 31st, so it should show up on the docket for tomorrow because it's the 30 days in advance that they put it on the website. Let's check Jared Lysick and see if there's any changes in his schedule. He's still set for the 10th of July in person. And I'm going to leave this one with the link for... Oops, I closed it. Let's see. I'm going to refresh the screen. I might have to share it again. Sometimes Oh, okay. No, yeah, I didn't need to do that. Let's see if it messed things up. No, it didn't. Yay! So, sometimes when I've got a live stream scheduled to start, when it does go live, it still it shows it's we're waiting. But since we already had the wall of ham, that's not the case. Hello, where the wind blows. How are you this morning? Um, uh, Law and crime trials started 15 minutes before they were scheduled at 7:45, and usually they've been scheduled at 8 a.m. And so I was wondering if they had some word that things might start early, or but I so decided, well, let's go ahead and go live. I was just saying we've got a new lawsuit from the estate of Eric Richens against Corey Richens, and there's a court hearing today. I'm not sure if it's one of Corey Richens' creditors. Um, I think that was a live WebEx hearing. Let me double check. Anyway, that's today at 2 p.m. It doesn't say. It says virtual hearing. Oh, no video link for this. Okay, so interesting. I guess I won't. Oh, click here to contact court and request a link. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, well, I think I'm going to call the court and ask them about that because it's kind of contradictory. The air outside is terrible. Got in my car. Ooh, that doesn't sound very fun. So, the wall of ham looks a little out of focus. Is that just me, or... Oh, smells like mold. That sounds nasty. Well, the air here smells fine, but I remember I was down in Parowan overseeing an eviction 6 years ago towards the end of this month, and they had a terrible wildfire and burned like nearly 80,000 acres of land down near Bryan Head Ski Resort. And there was a lot of dead wood, and they just let things burn because there hadn't been... the federal government had a policy that wasn't good for clearing land of dead trees, and so they just let things burn, and the air was so bad during that, and then I had the house fire at home, so I returned from one smoky environment to a smoked up house that I didn't get to stay in for 18 months well, let's see, was it 18 months? Yeah, I guess it was 18 months. So, oh, really? Ah, yeah, I wish that they had known that they were going to have to do so much structural work to make it compliant with building code, because they would have just torn it down and done a purpose-built house, and then it would look nice on the outside as well as on the inside. Because right now, the outside looks like catty aluminum siding from the late 1960s, and the interior is all nice inside, so it's mismatched. You're making cheese, potato, ham soup. Oh, that sounds good. Yeah, we're all gonna be having ham creep into the menu from this trial. Mm. Yeah, it's hard to leave the taxes down because a year ago the real estate market went crazy, and my house, which I bought for I think it was 112,000, was valued at 530,000, and then it went down after things calmed down to I think it was like 385, and let's see, it was going up again, not as high as last year, but let's see. 429 600 is the estimate now. So, and their housing market is just crazy, crazy, crazy here in Utah. So, but there's a lot more houses on the market, so it's not going to go as crazy as last year. Yeah, my house is nothing special. It's 1941 1100 square foot house with catty aluminum siding. So, but it's on a third of an acre, and that's where the value really lies. So, my parents' first house in Salt Lake was, I think, 24,000. Then a year or two later, we had to move to a bigger house because my little sister came along and the house was too small. And they paid 32 for that, and that house is probably about 550,000 now. So I have a huge backyard. 1880 when it was bought in. Let's see. I'll call the court on a break here to ask about that Corey Richards hearing, because I'm curious what it's about, because it doesn't appear to be the estate. So it's the lawsuit is for fraud, so it'll be interesting. Okay, let's see. What's your minimum wage there? I'm not sure what it is in Utah. Let's take a look. Oh, sounds like we've got something going on. I don't see anything. But it's 7 after 8. So it's not impossible. Okay. Let's see, we've got an article here from the Deseret News. Says 27 states will raise minimum wage this year, but Utah is not among them. By the end of 2023, 6 states will reach or exceed a minimum wage of $15 an hour. A newer year means higher wages for many Americans. 23 states increased minimum wage on January 1st. An additional 27 cities and counties also raised minimum wage to the start of 2023. By the end of 2023, 27 states will make minimum wage increases. An estimated 8.4 million U.S. workers are going to get an increase in pay, according to Economic Policy Institute. States such as Arizona, Montana, and New Mexico minimum wage rates are getting a boost from 23 cents to $1.50 more an hour. Utah is not among the 23 states that increased minimum wage on January 1st and still offers a federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour. So, but it's not unusual to find places advertising, say, about $12 an hour. They did change the law so that younger people could work. It used to be that you couldn't work until you were 15, and you couldn't work with the public until 16, and I think they changed that so that younger people could start getting some work experience on some of these jobs that other people don't want to do, unskilled and so forth. So, Oh, no kidding. I did see, I drove past Sam's Club yesterday. Gas there is down to $3.59 a gallon. It's a lot more at other places, but we're gonna get a Sam's Club membership probably tomorrow. Because it's gas. It seems like every time I go anywhere in the car, I got to put $10 of gas in, because I've been waiting to have the money for a Sam's Club membership to get the good price. And I thought I heard thunder, but I think it's some neighbors moving garbage cans. Oh, kitty, your tail is getting in front of the computer. Okay, sorry. Your car was 400. A plastic line wore out of the tank. Ooh, is that what it was in the repair shop for? I need to empty my car. I finished my shopping safari last night, and it's full of cat food, cat litter, and over-the-counter products. It's like, that stuff is bulky. Where do you put it all? So I kind of leave it in the car until I figure it out, and I never figure it out. So My friend gives me a hard time about my car being full of stuff, and those 40-pound bags of cat litter, they're heavy to carry in. Might borrow my dolly back from Gordon so that I can use it to get the kitty litter to the front door from the driveway. It'd be kind of funny, but it would work. Well, maybe it would work. If it fell through the thing, then it wouldn't work. So, yeah, and I got Eowyn some canned cat food. Somebody had given me some canned cat food, and it was a pate, and she turned her nose up at it. And so I got a different brand and made sure that I got something that said, I'm not sure if this one I gave her was supposed to be flaky or stuffed with gravy. Anyway, it kind of looks like a gelatinous goo, and she wouldn't touch it. So I probably gonna run off when we have a dry witness, get my mug full of soda pop, but I'll take the can of cat food over for the neighbor, so their cat, hopefully their cat will eat it, because I hate to see it go to waste. No, she seems to prefer dry cat food. I might try a different brand, or I might I think there was some that was supposed to be flakes, and there was a different variety that said gravy. I think it was the chicken and liver. She doesn't like that. Then I don't think I'll try another canned cat food. She just does not seem to like canned cat food. She is fussy. I never knew that. My last cat, she would get really excited if she heard me opening a can in the kitchen, because she was hoping maybe it was canned cat food, but not Eowyn. She's okay. Let me take a look and see if we've got anything else in the news today. Okay. Somebody left a comment and a question I asked about a car chase out of Colorado, which I thought would play on a break. Somebody was pulled over. I can't remember why they were pulled over initially, but they put the guy in handcuffs. They had to do a pit maneuver on him, and he stopped, and they put him in cuffs, put him in the police car, and there was a little kind of communicating door, that they could open and close, kind of window thing to the front of the car. And while they were standing around talking, he got the handcuffs in front of him, got through the window, and stole the car and took off. And so we have a police chase with the police chasing a police car. So I asked a question about the audio because it was they said, to turn off the radios. I was going, but we've got the video from the stolen car, but we still hear the audio. So I was going, how is it disabled? So somebody said they used the audio from the other car while the chase was in progress, and that's why we heard the audio. The guy couldn't hear it, but so interesting. Let's see. Oh, I was watching Profiling Evil, and Mike King did an excellent analysis of the testimony that we're all having so much trouble with yesterday, of the FBI agent with the cell phone data. And I'm thinking of pulling that up and watching part of that, because he did such an excellent job explaining that. He made little maps and so forth, and so much easier to understand when with him. Apparently, the dispute was that the defense was saying, well, if they're off by 1 degree on their calculations, then he could be an hour and a half away from the scene where the body was found. And so, the implication being he couldn't have done it because he would have been too far away to have committed the crime. But as Mike King was pointing out, but we've got him on video nearby, so he can't be out there 90 minutes away when he's on video at other points close by. So I hope that the prosecution drives home that point. So apparently that was what they were contending, and he doesn't think that that's going to fly with the jury, because the jury, it's commonly accepted that GPS stuff is accurate, and so the jury's going to have the mindset that this is reliable stuff, and that this is just the defense grasping at straws, and I think they're right about that. So oh yeah, the video. Yeah, that was something. The first one they showed with through the trees, I couldn't tell what I was looking at except for the trees, but then they pointed out to the edge of the car. I went, well, it's a good thing they told us, because I wouldn't have had a clue that was a car from looking at that video. Yeah, they GPS technology in cars and so forth is simply amazing. And with so many cars these days, they've got OnStar and so forth. And I think with newer cars, the insurance wants the vehicles to have that, so that if the car is stolen, they've got a better chance at recovering the vehicle. And so, I think it's a matter of it helps keep their costs down. And, it's gonna be to the point where, all cars have it, and it's going to be standard operating. Wonder if Brian K has OnStar or something. I think we would have heard about that if he did, but what was it I was listening to on Brian Koberger? Seems like I saw some headline. Let's do a quick look on YouTube for Brian Koberger. Let's see, 2 days ago, it says, Idaho murder suspect appears in court and the house to be demolished. So it sounds like they are not going to leave it standing. It's a Fox thing, and Fox tends to get grumpy and do copyright claims. Oh, we hear audio in court.
The suppression hearing.
That what, sir?
The suppression hearing that we held last year in 2022. There was, as we understand from looking at the record, the state properly filed their proposed findings of fact, but there wasn't a formal adoption by the court. So in order to preserve Mr. Burgos-Aviles' rights, we're asking that the court formally make its findings of fact.
I don't remember. Do you have a copy of it?
The state graciously printed a copy of their...
The new Motorola Razr Plus.
Let me show you something, it's a good life, it's a good vibe, it's a good time, yeah, we live it up. Let me show you something, yeah, I said what I said, cause we just getting started, man. Yeah, let me show you something. Hello, Moto.
Very good.
The state couldn't find it in the record either.
Assuming that for a moment that I've signed these already, because I'm going to check my records. But I'm pretty sure I would have signed it without it saying states proposed.
Yeah.
So can you just have somebody send it to both counsel for the defendant and me, either on a Word format or whatever you use? Is it Word or WordPerfect? Word. So that I can take out state proposed and whatever else I think that needs to be taken out.
Okay.
You do that today? Have somebody do that today for you? You can just send it like that, and then I'll edit this. I'll edit. Just send it in Word. Don't send it in PDF format. Send it in Word, basically, what I'm saying.
Thank you.
I'll look for the one that I thought I had signed, and if it, I'll read it again. I'm pretty sure I had already done that. They're going to send it to me in Word format so that I can edit whatever I need to edit, whatever I don't, because I'm sure that's what I did last time. So we'll take it from there.
Thank you, sir.
But I'll get it. Thank you. Good morning. Ready? The red jury's coming up. Yes, sir.
Please rise for the jury.
Thank you, everyone. Please have a seat. Good morning, members of the jury. We will get started. We left off with Mrs. Camilla on the witness stand, and Mr. Peña, you were about to cross. Do you have any questions?
Yes, Your Honor,
All right.
please.
You may begin when ready.
Good morning, Mrs. Camilla.
Good morning, sir.
Mrs. Camilla, yesterday you testified that Mr. Burgos made a call, a radio call to dispatch at around 11:18 a.m. on the morning of April 9, 2018, and reported that she needed, that there was a woman that was in need of immediate medical assistance, correct?
I testified, yes.
And prior to that call, there had been no reports of illegal activity having been observed or reported by any border patrol agent in that area, correct?
Are you talking about the radioactivity that was obtained, or are you talking about any other source that recorded that vehicle in that area before?
No, I'm asking whether any agent, including Mr. Burgos, had reported any illegal activity in the area that Mr. Burgos was assigned to that morning.
Aside from the call that came in of him requesting assistance, is that your question?
Right.
I believe there was regular traffic, regular radio traffic as far as detections of possible activity that Border Patrol agents needed to respond to, if I remember correctly.
In the area that Mr. Burgos was working?
Yes.
And that morning of April 9, 2018, Mr. Burgos was assigned to an area from the World Trade Bridge to Father Magnabeau Park, correct?
So that was one of his areas of responsibility, to include from Fletcher Lane all the way to north of 255, since he was a supervisor for deployments.
And the area where Grizelda Hernandez's body was found is included within that area that you described, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And as part of your investigation, you searched Mr. Burgos' desk at the Border Patrol North Station, and you were looking for evidence, correct, of the crime?
So there was two searches conducted in Mr. Burgos' shared workspace. Like I've mentioned, one of them was done the day of April the 9th in the evening. And that was done by Laredo Police Department, accompanied by one of our agents from my office. I was at the headquarters station. The second search was actually done by admin, the Laredo North managers, that they were trying to clear that office because, again, it's a shared office. And when they were doing so, that's when they came across the documents that I testified to yesterday.
The child support documents?
That is correct.
And other than the child support documents, there was no evidence recovered from Mr. Burgos' office, correct?
Not that I recall, no.
Now, at Border Patrol here in Laredo, Mr. Burgos was simply known as Ronald Burgos, correct?
I am not sure, to be honest, how he was known by his fellow agents or supervisors. All I know him was obviously, or the first time I learned of him was the day of the call.
You looked at some of Mr. Burgos' employment records, correct?
Yes, I did, sir.
And those records contain the name simply Ronald Burgos, correct?
I'm not mistaken if it has his initial or not. I would need to see the actual employment records that were provided.
Okay. And you also searched Mr. Burgos' computer that he used in his office at the Border Patrol Station, but the search did not reveal any evidence of the murders in his web browser, correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Burgos was hired as a Border Patrol agent in 2009, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And he was promoted to supervisor in 2012?
No,
correct?
he was promoted to supervisor July of 2017.
Oh, 27.
Yes, sir.
Now, you learned as part of your investigation that Border Patrol agent Francisco Lara placed a bloody glove in the bed of the kilo unit that was assigned to Ronald Burgos, correct?
Yes.
I'll press the witness, Your Honor.
Just a few questions, Sean. As I said yesterday, when we were discussing state's exhibit, on state's exhibit 514.5, which was the radio activity for the handheld radio.
Yes,
Are you able to see document 514.5 exhibit?
yes, I can.
And when asked, how is it that we knew that this handheld radio belonged to Mr. Burgos?
So this report again was requested for any activity that came from his handheld. And aside from the subscriber ID, the 5154867, the report also documented his star number, which is the N68. The subscriber alias was recorded that was the radio assigned to Mr. Burgos at the time.
I'm now showing you states 472. And if you can find the star number or the alias name for Mr. Ronald Burgos.
Yes, so the star number is noted on the report next to his name.
Thank you. And then will you also please read out the name as it is listed here in States Exhibit 472?
If you can just zoom in, it's a little bit blurry. I don't know if it's the light. Okay, it's Ronald or Burgos last name and then first name Ronald.
Okay. Is there a next to the parentheses? Is there outside the parentheses? Is there a letter or anything?
Yes, there's an A initial.
Thank you. No further questions, Ron.
Thank you. Am I excused?
You are excused to go about your business. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Nicole Morales to the stand.
Who, sir?
Nicole Morales.
Nicole Morales.
Yes, Your Honor. She's outside. She needs to be sworn in.
Ms. Morales, good morning. Please come forward. Good morning. Could you state your full name?
Nicole Morales.
Ms. Morales, please raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat right over here.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
For the record, ADA Jesus Vigil, conducting the examination on behalf of the state. Good morning, Ms. Morales.
Good morning.
How's your drive down?
Fine, thank you.
It's good to hear. Shall we get to it?
Yes.
Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Nicole Morales, Morales.
And what's your occupation?
I'm a forensic scientist at the Bexar County Crime Lab in San Antonio,
And where are you currently employed?
at the Bexar County Crime Lab.
Okay. And how long have you been employed there?
10 years.
And what are your duties?
I'm a forensic DNA analyst, so I screen evidence that comes in from law enforcement, and then I provide DNA comparisons to profiles.
And would you be able to tell us what educational background and professional training you have that qualifies you as an expert in forensics?
Yes, I received my bachelor's degree in biochemistry from the University of Nevada in Reno, and I have my master's degree in forensic science from Sam Houston State University.
And this laboratory, is it accredited?
Yes,
Is the accrediting organization recognized by the Texas Forensic Science Commission?
yes.
What does accreditation mean?
It's a set of standards that you have to meet that is comparable between all the laboratories that meet those accrediting standards. So there's certain proficiency testing that has to be done every year. There's certain training that analysts have to go through every year. And it's just a set of standards to show that you meet these requirements.
And are you licensed as a forensic analyst by the Texas Forensic Science Commission?
Yes.
Have you received any additional training in the area of DNA analysis?
When I joined the laboratory, I received training in both forensic serology and forensic DNA, and there's continuing education every year.
And have you testified in court before as an expert witness in the area of DNA comparison?
Yes,
More or less, many occasions?
many occasions.
Throughout the state of Texas?
Typically Laredo, Killeen one time, and then mostly Bexar County.
Pretty sure the jury knows, but would you tell the jury what DNA is?
Sure. So DNA, I describe it as the genetic blueprint of what makes you unique. So if you think about a blueprint of a house, you have a set, walls, doors, rooms, how they're set up. So DNA is the genetic blueprint of what makes you unique. You get half your DNA from your mom and half your DNA from your dad. And each person has a unique genetic profile unless you have an identical twin.
Okay. And could you generally explain what happens with evidence when the lab receives it for testing?
Sure. So law enforcement will bring in the evidence. It gets stored in our evidence receiving section. It's a vault that's accessible to analysts and evidence receiving staff. At that point, someone will pull that evidence for analysis, and then we pick it up from evidence receiving. We perform any necessary testing. We keep any items stored in our section for DNA testing, and then the bulk evidence goes back to evidence receiving and then subsequently goes back to the law enforcement agency.
Okay, and now in this case, were you provided with evidence to conduct a forensic analysis?
Yes.
How did you receive that evidence?
I picked it up from evidence receiving, and it was submitted by Laredo Police Department.
And once you finished conducting your analysis, what happened to the evidence?
The evidence, once I retained whatever cuttings, swab tips, etc., from the evidence that I wanted to keep, the bulk evidence was submitted back to evidence receiving, which submitted it back to Laredo PD, and then I had just samples of the bulk evidence in my custody.
Okay. And did you prepare a report?
Yes.
Several reports?
6 reports, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
And for the record, Your Honor, I'm going to show the witness State's Exhibit 518, 519, 520, 521, 522, 523, and 524. Do you recognize these documents?
Yes.
Okay. And was this report done in the normal course of business of the Bexar County Criminal Crime Lab?
Yes.
And was it done here at the time you conducted your analysis?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'm going to show the defense for any objections, and I move to admit into evidence State's Exhibit 518 through 524, and I request to publish State's Exhibit 518.
We have no objections.
It'll be admitted without objection. Thank you.
And may I request to publish 518, Your Honor?
Sure, Cody. You can see it there.
Yes.
Thank you.
And then some housekeeping matters. So, may I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Excuse me?
May I approach the
Yes,
witness again?
of course. Approach liberally, please.
So, I'm going to show you what's been marked as, and then I guess I'll leave them somewhere you can get them. State's Exhibit 47. State's Exhibit 7. State's Exhibit 8. State's Exhibit 4. State's Exhibit 17. State's Exhibit 18. And State's Exhibit 35. If you can review them.
Okay.
Do you recognize them?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
Each of these packages has the unique CIL, which is the Criminal Investigation Laboratory case number on it, as well as my initials and the date and the exhibit number that each item is.
What date do they have on them?
So some of them have 1/29/19, one of them has 1/30/19, one of them has 7/24 of 2018, 7/25 of 2018, and 7/18/2018.
Okay. And are these the items that you received and analyzed?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we move to admit these respective exhibits into evidence. I'll tender the defense for any objections.
Any objections?
No objection.
They'll be admitted without objection.
Are you familiar with the case at hand?
Yes.
Now, I know you said you were given some samples to analyze. You actually did an analysis on these samples?
Yes.
What analysis did you utilize?
So typically in homicide cases, the typical analysis is looking for blood evidence or touch DNA. So if it's blood evidence, I would do a screening test, which is basically a presumptive chemical test for the possible presence of blood. That's basically a color reaction test. So if it tests positive, it would turn the sample pink, and then I would retain it for possible DNA analysis. So that's typically the presumptive test that I would do on homicide cases. Unless there was something else specifically asked for, let's say there was a indication of a sexual assault or something like that, then there would be additional testing. Other items that might just be retained without any sort of presumptive testing might be something that was handled, like let's say a firearm or a steering wheel cover or something like that. So there's no presumptive test for that. It's just kept and DNA is performed on them.
Well, would that cover the methodology?
Yes.
Okay, so move on then. So I guess after you did your analysis, what did you do after doing the analysis on the samples? What did you then do?
So anything that tested positive for the presumptive presence of blood, either a cutting or a tip, if they were swabs, I would keep just the tips of the swabs. Those would be retained in the laboratory. Any items that were sort of positive for touch DNA, like I said, no presumptive testing was done, but samples would be kept from those items. And then they would be retained within the laboratory, and the bulk evidence would have been sent back to Laredo.
Okay. So you looked at State's Exhibit 47, right? May I approach, Your Honor, just to place it?
You may.
Just to refer to it. Thank you. So can you tell us, State's Exhibit 34, did I say?
This is 47.
47, I'm sorry. Where does that exhibit corresponds to where on your lab report?
It's Exhibit 1, so it's the first brown paper bag listed.
So would it be these items right here?
Correct.
Would you mind, I don't know if you can see or want to refer to the exhibit, what the items consist of?
So the description might be different between what's listed by law enforcement and what I described it as. So it depends on which one you want me to use.
Do you have a copy of your report?
Yes.
Would you like to refer to your report?
Sure.
It's been entered into evidence.
Okay, so in this container, which is Exhibit 1, the brown paper bag, there were 5 different sub-items in there. The first was a stroller handle foam. The second was a stroller canopy fabric. The third was another brown paper bag like this inside of this bag, and it had 5 items within it. So 1-3-1. So stroller headrest fabric, stroller seat belt buckle, dry grass, then another tape sealed manila envelope, which had 4 items in it. Swabs 8, 9, 10, 11, and then apparent hairs, and then stroller seat fabric and tire prints were all in Exhibit 1.
And so you conducted an analysis of these items, right?
Yes.
Would you mind telling us what your findings concluded as to these items? Or let me ask you specifically, in regards to the stroller handle foam, can you let us know what your findings were after your analysis?
Yes, that item tested positive for the presumptive presence of blood.
And can that be attributed to anybody?
Until DNA analysis, that would be when the comparison is made between that
Okay.
item. So that's on a separate report.
We'll get
Later.
to that. Then. And so how about in regards to the stroller canopy fabric?
That also tested positive for the presumptive presence of blood.
How about in regards to the stroller headrest fabric?
That also tested positive for the presumptive presence of blood.
And in regards to the stroller seat belt buckle?
That also tested positive for the presumptive presence of blood.
In regards to the rock?
The rock was, swab 9.
I believe it's yes. It's
Swab 9. That
1342.
yes, that also tested positive for the presumptive presence of blood.
Now, if I can have permission from the court to publish State's Exhibit 519.
It's already admitted.
So can you tell
One
us
second,
what
sir.
forensic
One
examiner-
second.
Yes.
I'm confirming whether it's been admitted or not. Now you can publish it.
Can you inform us what the difference is between the first report that we looked at, State's Exhibit 518 to State's Exhibit 519?
So the first report was the serology report. That's where I was screening the items of evidence to keep what was probative or what tested positive for any presumptive bodily fluids. The second report is the DNA report. So at that point, I'm taking those items that I retained, developing genetic profiles from them, and then comparing them to any known profiles I have from individuals.
And so your findings will be on the following pages, correct?
Correct.
So can you tell us now the items that I mentioned? Can you tell us then, you mentioned that you found human DNA on these items, correct?
So those items tested positive for the presumptive presence of blood. It's only a presumptive test, so I would develop a genetic profile and then compare it to any known profiles.
Okay, and then I guess let me show you then, now that you mentioned that. State's Exhibit 18, States Exhibit 17, and States Exhibit 4. I approach your honor.
Yes, sir.
So can you tell us what these items are?
So States Exhibit 17 is my Exhibit 8-1. It's a known sample from Dominic Hernandez, and it would have been a bloodstain card from the medical examiner's office. States Exhibit 18, my Exhibit 8-2, is the known standard from Grizelda Hernandez. That would have been a bloodstain card as well from the medical examiner's office. And States Exhibit 4 is my Exhibit 15-8. Those are buccal swabs. Let me double check. I don't think this is the one, 15-8. No.
Okay, so let's proceed with these two for now.
Okay.
While I work on the other one.
Okay.
So you mentioned that there were Grizelda Dominic's bloodstain cards. Can you explain what the significance of that is in regards to your analysis?
Yes, they're used as known samples. So everything that is collected from the crime scene and submitted are all considered unknown samples. We don't know the source of the DNA on those items. When you take a known standard, you know who you're collecting it from. So if, for example, I came up to one of you and swabbed the inside of your cheek and then looked at your driver's license and said, this is a known standard from Joe Smith. So these are known standards taken during autopsy, likely, from Dominic Hernandez and Grizelda Hernandez. And then the buccal swabs would be a known standard taken from the inside cheek of Ronald Burgos.
Okay. And could you use these DNA, these samples that you mentioned, can you use them to kind of be able to, so you can use these to compare it to any other items that you analyze to see whether that genetic profile may be found on that sample or not?
Correct. So we use the term consistent with. So the known samples are compared to the unknown samples, and you can see if there's a match or not, basically.
Okay. And so I guess let's get back to your report. So in regards to the items that we mentioned in States Exhibit 47, can you let us know what your findings were?
Yes. So on the stroller handle foam, which is 1-1.1, the cutting from stroller canopy fabric 1-2.1, the swab tip from the stroller canopy fabric 1-2.2, the cutting from the stroller headrest fabric 1-3-1.1, and then did you want the rock was the other one, correct?
Yes,
Swab
I
tip.
believe I mentioned the belt buckle and the rock.
Swab tip 9 from the rock 1-3-4-2.1. Grizelda Hernandez cannot be excluded as a source of the human DNA on those items.
Thank you. So I think, can you, how about in regards to the stroller seat belt buckle?
Stroller seat belt buckle 1-3-2.1. Is that the correct one?
I have 1-3-2.1, correct.
Yes, Grizelda Hernandez cannot be excluded as a source of the human DNA on those items.
Your Honor, just if I can have a minute, just so that I can show the jury the belt buckle and the rock, Your Honor. And I guess we can label it as 47.1 and 47.2.
They're not in yet, what you're saying?
Yeah, okay.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Or are they in already?
No, they've been admitted, Your Honor. 47.
Has the rock and the buckle been admitted?
No, no, no.
That's
I guess
all
we'll
that.
cross that bridge when we get there.
So that's,
Let's get it
maybe
on.
you could show it to them then.
Yes.
Mr. Vihid, is that something that you're gonna present to council?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Maybe you can do that over here instead of over there, like right here at that table there, or whatever you want to do it. The box has already been admitted.
Yes, this is going to be done. There's items within this,
So, okay, so you admitted the box, but not the contents of the box? How did that happen?
I admitted-
All right, approach please.
Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a tape-sealed manila envelope. It says that it contains a seatbelt buckle from, I can't read what this says, but it says from a stroller.
Okay. And you conducted analysis on this item?
Yes.
Request to publish on the EE or Elmo, Your Honor. States Exhibit 47.4 for the record. Is that the belt buckle?
Yes. Would you mind turning the label around so I can see what exhibit number? Thank you. Yes.
And you said again that, what were your findings in regards to this item?
So on that item, I took a swab from that item, and Grizelda Hernandez was not excluded as a source of the human DNA on that item.
Thank you. And what does not excluded mean?
Not excluded means that when I made the comparison between the unknown profile and the known profiles of the three individuals, that there was a match between the profile of Grizelda Hernandez and that item.
Okay, so let's move on. So now let me show you States Exhibit 4. May I approach, Ron? So can you tell us what this pertains to in your report?
So States Exhibit 4 is my Exhibit 15-8. That's on a separate report. That's not on this report.
It's on States Exhibit. So would that be on States Exhibit 520?
Is this the serology report from February?
February 5th?
Yes.
Mistress. So what does States Exhibit 4 correspond to in this report?
So they're labeled as 2 DNA swabs, and I labeled them as, there's 2 items in here. And so they were subbed out as 15-8-1 and 15-8-2. And I labeled them as swab from our Burgos-Aviles.
Now I'm gonna show you, it's been marked as States Exhibit 7, Your Honor.
Approach liberally, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Can you tell us where that corresponds to and which of your reports would be the February?
Yes, this would be the February 5th serology report as well. This is my item 15-7. There's 4 items in this envelope, which I subbed out. They're all 4 swabs. The 2 first ones, number 1 and number 2, are from a Cricket cell phone, back and front. And then items 3 and 4 are from a Samsung cell phone, front and back.
And what is your, I guess I'll go ahead and I'll show you States Exhibit 21. Can you tell us what your findings concluded in regards to these items? I guess we can take it first with Grizelda.
21, was that one of the ones that was originally admitted?
Yes, Your Honor.
But we don't have it as admitted. Do you have it, Cindy? Can you check your list? 21?
521.
Yeah, it's 521. I had asked.
Oh, 521.
It was about
We
6
heard you say
reports.
21.
No, 521, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So again, can you tell us what the findings were in regards to the items that you just stated are in States Exhibit
7.
7?
So just to clarify, for serology purposes, for the screening of the items, the 4 items in States Exhibit 7, which were my 15-7-1, 2, 3, and 4, they all were positive for the presumptive presence of blood. Do you want me to cover 15-8 as well, the previous?
Yes.
So 15-8, they were just retained because they were just swabs taken from an individual. They didn't have any biological soiling on them. So they were one of those touch DNA swabs that I described. So I just retained them without any presumptive testing. And then do you want me to
Yes,
look at the DNA results?
Yes, and what were the results? Your findings? And then you can kind of direct us to the page number of the report.
Yes, I'm trying to find them first on my
No
report.
worries.
Okay, so we're looking at 15-7, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
If it'll help, would you know what page it's at? Should we direct the witness to that page, please?
Yes, sir.
Because you already had it then.
Yeah.
So
I
if
have-
you go to page 3
Okay.
of your forensic DNA report.
Yes.
Proceed.
Yes.
Mr.
So
Bugos,
I
Proceed.
have 15-7-4 here. So there's human DNA consistent with 2 contributors on that item. Dominic Hernandez is not excluded, and Grizelda Hernandez and Ronald Burgos-Aviles are excluded as a source of the major contributor of human DNA on that item. There was additional human DNA not attributed to Dominic Hernandez, but was of an insufficient quantity and quality for me to do anything with that additional DNA.
So what does that mean?
So that means that there's a major profile that I can attribute to someone or make a comparison with someone, and then there's very low level amounts of DNA that I don't feel comfortable using. It's just it's not enough to use it to make any sort of comparison. So I don't make a comparison to anybody. I just say that there's an insufficient amount to do anything with it.
Okay, so would it be safe to say you would need more DNA matter?
Correct. I would need a more robust profile. So
I'm sorry.
I was just going to say there was a major contributor, and that's who I made the comparisons to. So from the major component of that item, Dominic Hernandez is not excluded, and the other 2 individuals are excluded.
And again, when you mean not excluded, what does that mean?
That there's a match between the known profile and the unknown profile.
And it was on which item? Can you tell us again?
15-7-4, which is the Samsung cell phone, the back.
Now, how about if we look right here, same report? Can we go down maybe 1 to 2 paragraphs?
Okay.
What do your findings show there?
So that one is, so if you go to the paragraph before that, it talks about the Cricket cell phone front. I don't know if you wanted to cover that as well. That's 15-7-2.
Yes.
So on that one, there was DNA consistent with originating from 2 or more contributors on that item. Dominic Hernandez and Grizelda Hernandez are each not excluded, which means that when I compared the profile on the item, which is a mixture profile, they each could not be excluded as a contributor of the DNA, and Ronald Burgos-Aviles is excluded from that item. That's the Cricket cell phone front.
And then the following paragraph?
So the following paragraph is a match statistic. So it's basically giving the jury the weight of that evidence, because when I say not excluded, what does that mean? So the match statistic that we use is called a random match probability. It means what is the chance of me going out into a random population of people? So the jury, for example, if I pulled one of you and developed your known genetic profile, what is the chance that your profile would also match that on the unknown sample? And so in this case, for those items that we discussed, the RMP, or the random match probability, is, and I'll give you the most conservative one, or the smallest number, would be 1 in 53 octillion people.
Can you explain that number in layman's terms for us?
So people like to think of it as like, what's the population of the world? That's typically what I get asked, which it has nothing to do with. It's a statistic, but there's 7 billion people on the planet, and this would be like many, many sets of decimals over from that. It's octillion. So I would say that this profile is very rare in a population. So it would be very hard to find another individual that had the same profile.
And then I'm approaching you to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 8. Can you tell me what that is?
So this is my exhibit 16-3. It's labeled as 2 swabs from the tailgate of a truck with a license, or a driver's license plate number K66119.
Kilo number, what was that? K number what?
Kilo 66119.
Okay. Now, Your Honor, I'm going to request to publish what's been already as pre-admitted States Exhibit 305 and 217. So there's a number that's written on that envelope, I believe, bottom left side. Can you read that number?
Is it the state's exhibit number you're talking about?
There's
Or
a little hashtag.
oh, item number 1.
Okay, so this is States Exhibit 217, which is the back of the tailgate with some blood. It's been then marked number 1. What number is that right here?
1.
Okay. Is that the item you tested?
I don't know if that is the item I tested, because I did not see that truck. So this is the item I tested, whatever is in this envelope.
Okay, so where did the swabs come from?
The swabs are labeled as coming from the tailgate of truck K66119.
Okay, thank you. And so I guess let's stick to these the DNA, forensic DNA report, where, and I'll go ahead and I'll point it out for the court. It is 16-3.1, swab kit from tailgate of truck K66119. Can you tell us what your findings were after doing your analysis?
Yes, so on that item, there was human DNA consistent with originating from 2 or more contributors. Dominic Hernandez is not excluded, and Grizelda Hernandez and Ronald-Aviles are excluded as a source of the major contributor of human DNA on that item as well. There was additional DNA not attributed to Dominic Hernandez, but was of an insufficient quantity.
Okay, so 2 things. Dominic Hernandez was not excluded. Again, can you remind us what that means?
That there was a match between the known profile of Dominic Hernandez and that item.
And you said that there was more, but that you couldn't attribute it. Can you again remind us what that means?
Just that there was an insufficient amount for me to develop a profile suitable for comparison.
In other words, you would need more.
Correct.
Okay, so you testified that you had the genetic profiles kind of as a control where you have the DNA profile and then you use it as a control when you analyze the items, and then you can use that control to determine whose biological sample was on which item, correct?
So I can get anybody's known profile and I would be able to compare that known profile to the unknown profiles. So yes, I have known profiles taken from individuals that I'm then making comparisons to the unknown items in the case with the objective of making a comparison between the two to see if someone is excluded or not excluded.
And you testified that he had Dominic's, what was that term you used? Known sample?
Correct.
And Mr. Burgos' known sample.
Correct.
So specifically, when it comes to Dominic Hernandez and Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles, did you conclude anything after comparing their samples with one another?
Are you talking about in terms of like a paternity or?
Yes, in regards to paternity, what did you conclude after comparing their samples?
So that's back on the first DNA report. So I was asked to perform a sort of like a biological parentage analysis between the three individuals. So we know that Grizelda Hernandez is the biological mother of Dominic Hernandez. And we know that children inherit half of their mom's DNA and half of their father's DNA. So what's left, I would subtract out the mother's contribution to his profile, and what's left are called obligate paternal alleles, which means that the biological father had to give those alleles to the child. And so with the obligate paternal alleles, you can compare any man's known profile that's an alleged father, for example, to those obligate paternal alleles. And so I made a comparison between Ronald Burgos's DNA profile and that of Dominic Hernandez, and Ronald Burgos cannot be excluded as a biological parent of Dominic Hernandez.
Cannot be excluded. There's that term again.
That's the same term, yes.
Same term as what we were discussing in the previous, my previous questions.
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what a combined parentage index is?
Yes, it's basically the same thing. It's like a likelihood ratio or statistic for the jury to understand what that means, that he's not excluded as a biological parent. So in this case, it was a probability of parentage of greater than 99.9%.
Okay. I'm going to approach you real quick. Just put on my gloves. So I'm going to approach and show you as the mark as States Exhibit 46.3. Do you recognize this item? You don't have to say what it is, just to recognize it.
Yes.
Okay. And how do you recognize it?
I have my CIL on it, as well as my initials, the date, and the exhibit number.
Okay. I'm tendering to defense States Exhibit 46.3 for any objection. Defense has no objections, Your Honor. I move to admit States Exhibit 43.
That's correct, Your Honor.
46 point.
46, what?
Point 3.
Point 3, thank you.
And can you tell us what that is
So this is a swab box that would contain swabs inside of it.
pertaining to who?
These are labeled as buccal swab samples collected from the inner mouth of Ronald Anthony Burgos.
And there's another item that I want to show you. States Exhibit, it's marked as States Exhibit 35. Can you tell us what that is?
So this is labeled as a black in color belt keeper found on the driver's side floorboard of a Ford F-150 truck of Border Patrol unit.
And Your Honor, this has already been admitted. It's State's Exhibit 35.
What was that? Was that 47, that bag, the big bag? The big bag right there.
47.
There is no 46 yet, right? Because 46.3.
Yeah.
Just wanted you to know, we have 46.3, but there is no 46 yet. Thank you. You can proceed. I just want to make sure we don't get mixed up.
Well, Your Honor, real quick, I'm showing you what's been marked as State Exhibit 46. Do you recognize it?
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
it has the CIL, my initial is the date, and the exhibit number on it.
I'm tendering to defense for any objections what's been marked as State's Exhibit 46, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Pena?
No objection.
46, state 46 is in.
And before I get into your findings and all that, let me just show you the item.
And this is going to be which item, Mr. Rahid?
This is State's Exhibit 35, Your Honor.
That's it. How many bags are in there? One? All right.
Do you recognize this item?
Yes,
I'm gonna go ahead and request permission to publish it, Your Honor.
Man.
Is that the item you analyzed?
yes,
Okay, and so I believe this one was an item in your first report.
yes.
Can we just find it? Would it be?
It's 11-8.
11-8, correct. And so I'll go ahead and I'll publish the DNA report, okay? So after conducting an analysis of this bellkeeper, what were your findings?
So that belt keeper tested positive for the presumptive presence of blood during serology. I took 3 different swabs from that item, from 3 different blood stains. Because there's multiple people involved, usually I would take separate swabs just in case. So I retained 3 different swabs. So on the DNA report, they're itemized as 11-8.1, 2, and 3. Do you want me to talk about the results for the DNA?
Please. What were your findings?
On all 3 of those swabs from that belt keeper, Grizelda Hernandez is not excluded as a source of the DNA, and Dominic Hernandez and Ronald Burgos-Aviles are excluded.
And again, there's that term again. Is it the same when you mean by not excluded? It means the same as we were discussing before.
Yes.
Unless you're gonna use it again, put it back in the envelope, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. The cell phone. As a witness, Your Honor.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Boggs.
Good morning, Ms. Ramos.
Good morning.
Ms. Ramos, on direct examination, you were asked a question. You were shown a picture of an exhibit, and you were asked, is this the item you tested? And you said, I don't know. I tested what was in the envelope. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you didn't perform any of the evidence collection in this case. Is that correct?
I did not.
Okay. And your results and the conclusions from them, as far as evidence to be believed by the jury, is only as good as the evidence collection process. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you're not here to tell this jury that the evidence collection was proper or perfect, or offer any information about the evidence collection, are you?
I have no opinion about the evidence collection. No.
And so, for instance, you testified about blood on the stroller seat belt buckle. You don't know anything about how the blood came to be on the stroller seat belt buckle, correct?
No, I do not.
And you don't know how the stroller seat belt buckle was collected, correct?
I do not.
And you don't know what any of the people on the scene did with that stroller seat belt buckle prior to it even being
Objection,
collected,
Honor,
correct?
speculation.
I do not.
And contamination is the biggest enemy of proper DNA analysis. Is that correct, or a fair thing to say?
That is fair. Yes.
Okay. And you have no control over contamination at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And for instance, DNA transfer at the scene may cause your results to be meaningless. Is that correct?
My results to me are my results. I don't know what meaningless means to anybody else, but I'm speaking for the evidence that's submitted.
So you testified about a belt keeper possible match to Mr. Burgos-Aviles. Is that correct?
No, I believe he was excluded from the belt keeper.
Okay. He was excluded from the belt keeper.
Correct.
He was a match to the blood that was purportedly collected from the back of the truck. Is that correct?
No, that is also not correct.
I apologize. Could you what was the result of the testing regarding what is purported to be the blood from the back of the truck regarding Mr. Burgos-Aviles?
So he was excluded as a donor of the DNA on the belt keeper. Let me go back to the truck. That one's item 16-3.1. So from that item, Dominic Hernandez is not excluded, and Grizelda Hernandez and Ronald Burgos-Aviles are excluded.
And so, if I could just have one moment, I apologize. Thank you for your patience, ma'am. I tend to the witness back.
A couple questions, Your Honor. Just a couple. Ms. Morales, I think you had stated earlier in your direct examination that you had also analyzed the fingernail clippings of the defendant, Mr. Burgos.
Yes, I received fingernail clippings from Ronald Burgos-Aviles. I'll need a reminder of which report it's on, if you don't mind.
I'm on that. If it's on, I believe it's on your July 30th, 2018. If you look at 8.3- or 8-3-1-1, swab from right hand fingernails.
Yes,
And there's two. Then there's the left, and there's also right hand fingernail clippings.
correct.
So I guess now let's go to. So let me just publish 518 to show the jury what I'm referring to, or the court.
Judge, objection. I believe this is beyond the scope of the cross-examination.
So again, here it is in the July 30, 2018 forensic neurology report. You just testified that yes, you did have some fingernails, swabs, and clippings of the defendant.
Correct.
Now let's go to State's Exhibit 19, which is your forensic DNA report.
Okay.
Can you please tell us what your findings were in regards to those items?
So on the first item, which is the swab tip from the right hand fingernails of Ronald Burgos-Aviles, there was human DNA which could not be attributed to him, but was of an insufficient quantity to develop a profile for comparison.
Meaning there was DNA, not from him, just you didn't have enough to make a determination as to who it could have been to.
Correct.
belonged to.
And the other two items in question, the left hand fingernails of Ronald Burgos-Aviles and the right hand fingernail clippings, there was no human DNA foreign to Ronald Burgos-Aviles on those items.
What hand was that again?
The no human DNA foreign to
Yes.
was the left hand fingernails and the right hand fingernail clippings.
No further questions, Your Honor.
No rebuttals.
Thank you, Ron. If you are excused, you may go about your business.
Thank you, Judge. Appreciate it.
You can wait. I'm going to excuse here for a second. If you can wait there while they walk out. Members of the jury, I'm going to give you a real quick break, and then we'll be right back.
Okay, and we are back to the wall of ham. I'm going to break the stream into two halves so that it's not too long to edit in case I have any issues with copyright on any of the clips that I play. Yesterday there was an issue over some music. They aren't claiming the whole thing like the one the day before, but it'll just make it possible so that I can trim things. So I will decide on when when to break things off when when we decide to break for lunch. So, doesn't sound like he got cut bleeding, which is a bit surprising because with that many knife thrusts, you get all the blood all over, and sometimes the handle becomes slippery, and the person wielding the knife gets wounds too. So, but maybe he was wearing leather gloves or something which helped protect. So, yeah, it was just the music from the news network. It was that burning that we saw over in France, and so first thing to do is to try to cue past any music which goes to like a news agency. Some of them don't care. Fox will strike you for copyright on anything, and Court TV, Law and Crime, they don't care. And a lot of these things, I think, are just automatic. A computer finds something and puts something in. But anyway, so let's see. I had some videos set aside. Let me see what I've got, which is suitable for a break. Let's see. Okay, let's do this $13 million lawsuit that was filed yesterday against Corey Richens. Okay, let me back it up. Okay, oops, it's doing a commercial break again when I backed it up. Okay, let's get past the commercial. Okay, now share this tab, full screen, unmute. Here we go.
Did they catch a glimpse of their father taking his last breath? It's torture to think of. Why did Eric lose his life? Why did the boys lose their father? Was it because of Corey's greed and desire to get life insurance and other assets? If so, that is abhorrent. How could anyone value life, human life, so cheaply? I cannot comprehend it. I'm overflowing with grief and pain at the thought that Eric meant so little to her. If Eric had died because of an illness, he would have been cared for. He could have looked after him and been with him. If he had died because of an accident, people would have tried to help. There would have been kindness. But there's no comfort to be had here. There's no consoling thought in the way Eric died. In his last moments, after being intentionally poisoned, he was faced with betrayal and terror. The thought of it is unbearable. I am haunted by the horror of it. This last year has been a living hell for our family. We have watched as Corey has paraded around portraying herself as a living widow and victim while trying to profit from the death of my brother. Both by trying to profit from a book about his death and trying to get life insurance and assets that should go exactly where Eric wanted them to his boys.
So this is the story of Corey and Eric Richens. Eric is dead. He died from fentanyl poisoning. Prosecutors say it was his wife who got the drugs and then laced his drink with it and killed him, murdered him for money, all about money. So I want to give you a little background about this couple. Now, he was very successful, had a stone masonry company with a partner and did really well. When he met her, she was working at Home Depot. Once they got married, they started a family. She started a business. She wanted to get into real estate, flipping houses, like they do on HGTV, and was going to try to, make her mark and in that. But apparently, business wasn't great, according to prosecutors, and he was no longer going to prop up her business with his money, and he allegedly caught her trying to earn some. And what he did is he created a trust and suspected his wife was perhaps trying to take his life and left everything to his sister. And that was the sister that you heard coming into the segment at the bond hearing for her. So there's a lawsuit by her now because she's trying to get her hands on all of the money that was left and the assets that were left after Eric died. But she's in charge of the estate. So there's this big battle going on. And now, after she sued the estate has now counterclaimed and sued her. Take a look, some of the allegations here. The Richens estate versus Corey Richens. They allege that starting as early as 2016 and perhaps earlier, Corey began having serious financial troubles. Corey was taking money from Eric's bank accounts and running up debts on credit cards in Eric's name and without Eric's knowledge. As of February of 2022, Corey or her business owed at least $1.8 million to hard money lenders. And in the days prior to Eric's death, she had at least 7 phone calls with one or more of those lenders. Eric confronted Corey about the stolen money, and Corey admitted she had taken the money. So now there's these cross claims going back and forth, but meanwhile, we've got a murder case. So how does all of this play into that? Because Corey Richens, on the one hand, saying, hey, I'm entitled to this money. I'm entitled to the estate. And her sister saying, no, you don't get that. And by the way, you owe the estate money because you were stealing money from him when he was alive. Let's bring back in the think tank. Daryl Cohen, Molly Palmer, Josh Schiffer with us. Josh, you look like you want a piece of this one. This is horrific, right?
I've been warning people about the dangers of marriage for years. It is absolutely impossible to be a victim of a spousal murder if you remain dedicated and single. No, all kidding aside, this is a nightmare. This is betrayal upon betrayal upon betrayal. But in a weird way, it helps her criminal defense because this civil case muddies the water and shows how this wasn't the first conflict between Sis and Corey. You're going to be able to mine, as a successful defense attorney, a story of a family.
So wait, you're saying that this fight between the sister and the estate and Corey is going to somehow help her? The sister is an important witness in the case, by the way.
It feeds into a defense.
I mean, the sister is going to be a witness for the state. And so, yes, you can certainly go down this line of cross-examination and show how she was, she had hatred for Corey or something along those lines. But personally, I don't like the optics. If my client is on trial for murder, I would not like any collateral evidence of her suing her late husband's estate, trying to get some portion of the money. I think that is basically a motive.
Well, should the jury hear about all this? Will they?
I think they're going to hear a lot of it, that some of it may be excluded, but the optics are bad. And where did he get the fentanyl? Did he go buy it? Was he a drug addict? Did he do this on his own? How did his wife get him the fentanyl? And that's something the prosecution is going to have to show.
Well, they've got the witness, but not the greatest witness, someone that worked for Corey who has other legal issues is going to be the one saying, yeah, she asked me for the fentanyl and I got it. They're going to allege that perhaps it was laced in a Moscow mule that she fixed for him.
Stay away from Putin. Stay away from Putin.
Yeah. So
the issue is that it's a classic American story, but you can spin her position so many different ways. And by adding this, I totally agree with what.
Now, when you say
spin,
does that mean like mislead the jury?
No, it means
just a little spin.
Tell a version of the story. If you have a complaint about spin, let's go talk to all your government buddies in the prosecutor's office. They're the ones out there putting news stories out in order to set a narrative before the defense even has a chance to get their act together. That's spin. That's manipulation. What we've got is a woman who one day found herself without a husband, due to his death by some sort of poisoning, and she's involved as the accused. And now she has to protect herself, her own best interests, and she's trying her best. There's a lot of hay that can be grown on their relationship dynamic in the family, the unequal finances, the hard money loans. There's a lot to talk about. Every time you talk, you're adding the opportunity for reasonable doubt to grow.
I disagree. I think that you've got a motive. How much money from her husband did she steal? How much money was she trying to steal? And oops, you got caught. I didn't mean to get caught.
I just thought of an excellent point of why she shouldn't be doing any of these lawsuits, because in a lawsuit, you have to answer questions in depositions, and they can ask anything. And so she's going to be asked questions which are going to be difficult for her to answer, which are incriminating. And so it's just a terrible, terrible idea. And if she were smart, she would have settled with the family over the first lawsuit, never filed the second lawsuit, and they wouldn't have filed the third lawsuit. And but she's got other lawsuits. One of the creditors from back east, I think it was possibly Pennsylvania, has got a lawsuit against her. We've got this one which has a hearing in 4 hours, and that appears to be a creditor. It's out of Heber, and the I think the other suits were out of the Summit Park courthouse. So that to me says that it's not the estate. I could be wrong about that, though. I can't find the information. I need to do screenshots on these so that I can compare them. Anyway, let's listen to the rest of this piece. We've got just under 2 minutes on this one.
Honey, you got to go. You want a drink? Call Putin.
Okay, Daryl. Here's the thing. I think this is one of those cases where you have to be very careful in jury selection, right? Where Salt Lake City, could you find jurors that are not going to be so put off by the fact that she is litigating the estate while at the same time she's accused of murder? You might be able to put together a panel of 12 who say, look, in the face of such tragedy, we still have to deal with the finances. And then you spin it, as Josh referenced, and you focus on the other evidence and the fact that potentially he did poison himself and there's not enough evidence as to the actual murder and all of that. But the finances are certainly going to have to be dealt with in an artful way. And some of that,
it's central to the entire case, because the motive here, the alleged motive is the money, that she needed the money. And it was the only way she was going to get it, is by killing him. And now she doesn't have the money and she files the lawsuit. So it's almost like the lawsuit is part of the motive.
Well, it was the motive that they decided at the beginning. Remember, there can be new motives brought up. For all we know, they're going to claim some sort of violent confrontation over the theft, the catching her. There's a whole story that can be written there that can then point an investigation in a completely other direction.
All toward her.
And the bottom line, though, you believe the jury will hear about this little battle here and these allegations going back and forth.
Be a part of it, right?
It's intertwined. They have no choice.
And we'll continue to track it, obviously.
Family time is precious. That's why Mary Maids is here to help. With meticulous care, we'll clean your home so you can focus on making memories. Relax, it's done. Mary Maids.
Okay, so you just saw the video. We got to see Brian Kohberger today in court during that pre-trial hearing that happened. But even though the judge again allowed cameras and microphones to be the eyes and ears of the public, he prohibited close-ups of the suspect. He made it very clear at the beginning of the hearing, which was somewhat unusual and interesting. The defense has argued that allowing viewers to scrutinize every blink and gesture could hinder Kohberger's chances of getting an impartial jury and a fair trial. In the almost 6 months since Kohberger's arrest, we've gotten only occasional views of him, mostly court dates. There were a couple times that I saw him outside when they would bring him inside different buildings, but for the most part, we've only really seen him inside the courthouse. The question is, has his body language changed over that time? What did his behavior today show? The people who study this. Joined by one of those people, behavior and body language expert, Scott Rouse. Scott, thank you so much for being with us tonight. I'm curious, again, because Twitter was exploding today with people reacting to seeing him in court, you know, really just analyzing his every move. What did you make of him today?
Okay, we'll have to do the rest of that video because we hear the court coming back.
Maybe try to see how it goes with the witnesses, but trying to see if we can cut off earlier than normal, just because if we work the left, we can.
Okay, that being said, can we approach? Well, you can speak right off the record.
Yeah.
Now, wait, they're talking about doing something earlier? Now they're muted, so they're doing a sidebar. So I'm confused. I'm not sure. I didn't quite catch what he said, but ooh, where the wind blows. I made a big owl once. It was cool. I had it for years. Yeah, macrame seems to be having a bit of a comeback. Not like it was in the 70s, though. That was kind of crazy back in the 70s. I kind of understand some of the principles of macrame from lace making. I haven't tried doing any lace making probably since shortly after my mom died, probably 97. So 25 years or so. I need to learn to master that. Let's see. Oh, let's see. While they're doing a sidebar here, let me troll for more things that are interesting to play. Oh, okay. For all of
All right.
Oh, here we go.
Ms. Jackman, your next witness.
Detective Richard Reyes.
Richard Reyes. He's coming the other way. Officer Reyes, Detective Reyes, you've been sworn in, sir?
Yes, I have.
Please, sir, have a seat right up here. Have a seat, scoot your chair up to the mic, and then we'll get started, sir. You may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Detective Reyes, will you please state your full name for the record?
Richard Reyes Jr.
And how is it that you're employed?
I'm a Laredo Police Department. I'm a detective.
How many years have you been a detective?
This September will be 33 years.
And you know why, do you know why we are here today?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were called out to the scene, Father McNamara?
Yes, I was.
I'd like to direct your attention to the Father McNamara parking lot area.
Okay.
And that's where I'd like to begin the discussion.
No.
Did you have an occasion to see Mr. Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles that day?
Yes, I did.
Do you recognize him here in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Will you please state an article of clothing that he was wearing?
It's got a gray coat, looks like, sitting on the defense table.
May the record reflect that Detective Reyes has identified the defendant, Mr. Burgos. Now, we've heard, how long were you at this? Did you see Agent Burgos in this parking lot area?
Yes, I noticed that he was there.
And how long were you there? Did you have any exchange with Mr. Burgos?
A short, brief interaction with him, yes.
And this was before radio transmissions that the jury has already heard regarding the driver of the vehicle.
Correct.
How long were you there before that radio transmission was heard on the radio?
No longer than 20 minutes.
And what was that exchange between you and Agent Burgos?
So when I initially arrived, I arrived to the, what I would call crime scene number 1, where the decedents were found. I didn't spend more than 20, 25 minutes there. It's when I first observed the defendant. So I was tasked to go and look for maybe or possibly the victim's vehicle that might be parked in Father McNamara's. So when I drove there, I looked, I saw the Mercedes. I realized that Detective Gilbert Benavides had already found the location of the registered owner. So I was standing by, kind of just securing the Mercedes. Is when I noticed and observed the defendant walking towards me near the car in the parking lot.
And what was the exchange? What words were there any words exchanged?
Yes, it was.
And what was the content of that?
I don't know if I initiated it or he just brought it up, but somehow I said, hey, do you mind if I ask you? I said, I noticed you were at the main crime scene. Why are you here now? And his response to me was like, I am a supervisor, but I also have to report to my superiors. I said, okay, so you're just kind of filling them in on the latest. And he's like, yes.
And at this point, he was the reporting party, correct?
Yes, from the information I had at that time, yes.
And thereafter, the radio transmission was on, came on, is that correct?
Shortly after, yes.
By Gilbert Benavides?
Yes.
And was, what were, if you could just list, because we've heard the transmission, could you list the facts that were mentioned as to who they believe the driver of this Mercedes was?
So my understanding over or via the radio transmission was that the car had been taken by Grizelda Hernandez, and she had her infant child by the name of Dominic. They had gone to the Father McNamara Park to meet up with a Border Patrol agent by the name of Anthony Burgos.
And so did what was said over the radio transmission, did this match information that was at the scene?
Absolutely.
Okay. It was a female,
Yes, ma'am.
and you said it was a little boy?
An infant, male infant.
And it was at Father McNamara?
Yes, ma'am.
And were there Border Patrol agents present?
Yes, there was.
Now, the name Anthony Burgos, so you at this point knew that it was an Anthony Burgos over the transmission, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, was this transmission, was Agent Burgos within earshot of this radio transmission?
Absolutely. There was. Yes, he was.
And so at this point, were you able to see or were you able to identify anything on him regarding his name?
His name tag,
Okay, and what did it say?
R. Burgos.
So the initial did not match what was conveyed over the transmission, correct?
You're right.
Now, at this point, what is it that you do regarding with any conversation or communication with Agent Burgos?
So from the transmission, radio transmission, he was in my sight immediately because I recognized the last name from our initial conversation there. I saw his name tag. So I just, started piecing together some of the facts. And first thing, of course, was at that time was officer safety. This is, keeping on his right hand. And everybody there also realized that there was an Agent Burgos in the crime scene.
Now, did you, so at this point, the only name that you associated with this person physically was a tag name with R. Burgos, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
After the radio transmission, did you receive additional information?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
His full name,
Who gave that to you?
Lead Detective Raimundo Garcia.
Was this conveyed over the radio transmission or otherwise?
He called me on the phone and relayed the information.
And what was given to you? What was the name?
He says, Reyes, I have his full name. His name is Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles.
Now, before you had spoken to Detective Raimundo Garcia, had you had an opportunity to ask Agent Burgos for his name?
Yes.
And what did he verbally tell you his name was?
He just did this motion to his name tag, R. Burgos. He may have said Ronald Burgos.
Now, how many times did you ask him for his name?
Just at one time, but simultaneously, I received a phone call.
Then after the transmission or after the phone call that you received from Detective Garcia, did you ask Agent Burgos for his name?
I went back and I asked him, what's your full name? I said, you're Border Patrol, you're a professional. What's your full name? And then he says, he cooperated and gave his full name, Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles.
Is that how you asked him? Is that how he answered you?
Well, I asked him, hey, give me your full name. What's your full name? I said, it's not the time to be playing games. What's your full name? And this is when he said, it's Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles.
And thereafter, was he, where was he placed, or what happened after this?
So at that point, of course, we all were in high alert. He's an agent. He's armed. And so the concern was, number one, he's armed, so let's get a handle of the weapon. So I asked him to walk towards me. He did. Officer Greg De La Cruz was right behind me. And I grabbed his right arm, I think, and kind of just held it on the hood. I said, just don't move. I said, this is protocol. And he was, he's like, what are y'all doing? It's a big mistake. I said, I'll explain everything in a second. Just let's handle one thing at a time. So At that time, it's when he was disarmed. And I told the officers there to go ahead and detain him and place him behind the unit.
And where was he transported?
He was later transported to the Laredo Police Department, to the Capers Division or interview rooms, room number 2.
And who is it that transported him? Do you remember?
I believe it was Officer Lisette Castillo and Gregorio de la Cruz as well.
Now, they were in interview room 2?
Number 2, yes.
At this time, can you explain to the jury what the sense was at LPD interview rooms? How many interview rooms do we have?
At that time, we had about 8.
Okay. Were they being utilized?
They were all full.
What was happening in these rooms?
Interviews.
With what kind of people? Who was in there?
We were talking to family members. We were talking to friends, relatives, anybody who the spouse or the ex-spouse of the defendant, employees, co-workers. So anybody who knew the defendant or the victim.
And were there several officers involved in these interviews, or did you conduct all the interviews?
No, we had detectives. We had mainly detectives conducting all of the interviews.
And while these interviews were being conducted, was evidence being collected or taken to the LPD department?
Yes, it was.
And did you participate in the interview for Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles?
Yes, ma'am.
Who else participated?
Myself and Detective Ernesto Elizondo.
Okay. Now, at this point, would this interview be considered a custodial interrogation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in your experience and with your training, what rights must be conveyed to a person who's going to be questioned?
Is Miranda rights.
And at this time in your career, approximately how many interviews had you conducted? More or less.
Hundreds.
May I approach?
You may.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 525 and ask if you recognize it. Without saying it.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm tendering State's Exhibit 525 for inspection and offering to edit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted?
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Nay.
This is State's Exhibit 525. Will you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what?
Is it on?
Yes.
Look,
Can I get it again?
it's actually off. You want to turn it on and off? I don't think it was that one. Let's see if we can get that signal again. Give me 1 second. Document imager button is pressed over.
The blue light is on.
Is it on though?
There it
Yes,
is.
there it is.
There it is. Again, for State's Exhibit 525, will you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what this document is and how it's used by LPD?
Yeah, right before our interrogations, each one of his Miranda warnings or Miranda rights are read to the defendant, and usually we'll ask him to initial each and every one just to ensure and to make sure that they acknowledge and understand their constitutional rights.
Now, will you read what's number 1?
You have the right to remain silent and not make any statement at all, and that any statement you make may be used against you at trial.
Number two,
Any statement you make may be used as evidence against you in court.
three,
You have the right to have a lawyer present to advise you prior to and during my questioning.
four,
If you are unable to employ a lawyer, you have the right to have a lawyer appointed to advise you prior to and during any questioning.
and five,
And you have the right to terminate this interview at any time.
and the letters that are in bold.
You are making the statement knowingly, intelligently, and are voluntarily waiving your rights.
And there's a signature line here.
Yes.
Did you witness the person, Mr. Burgos?
Yes, ma'am, I was present.
And did he sign this?
Yes, he did.
So these are his initials.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know which hand he used to sign?
His right hand,
And for the date and time, what does it say?
April 9, 2018, time 3:15 p.m.
Did you believe that Mr. Or Agent Burgos understood his rights?
Yes, I did.
Was he in full uniform at this time?
He had the BDUs, and I think he had the undershirt, green T-shirt that they wear underneath, and the cap.
Now, while you were in his presence, did you believe or did you understand that his law enforcement experience gave him some insight as to the Miranda rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did Mr. or Agent Burgos willingly participate in the interview?
Yes, he did.
Now, I'm going to, Your Honor, may I approach you, guys?
You may.
I'm going to show you what is marked as State Exhibit 81 and ask you to recognize
Yes, ma'am.
this. Will you describe what it is?
This is the interview that we were just talking about. The pen drive. It's a pen drive containing the interview, the interrogation of Ronald Anthony Burgos.
And how do you know it's the same pin drive or USB that has this interview?
Because I initialed it and I viewed it.
And at this time, states offer attending to the defense for inspection and offering State Exhibit 81.
Any objections, Mr. Peña?
No objection.
Admitted.
Now, in this interview number 2, there was an audio recording, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, a video recording.
Audio, video.
And it
Yes.
was capable of recording the events as they were happening.
Yes.
Has this video been altered in any way?
No.
Are you able to identify all the participants?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Now, interview. Was there a CSI investigator that entered the room?
Yes, there was. We had requested, I'm not exactly sure who, but we'd requested for CSIs to come upstairs.
And so I'd like to show you State's Exhibit 27.
They asked us to change
Oh,
to
no,
computer.
then I will wait
So
till
you-
after, Your Honor.
Well, you can do it either way. We'll go back. I'm just letting you know, when you flop it over there, the computer screen can go. We can do it back. Go ahead.
Thank you. Is this Mr. Burgos in the interrogation room?
Yes, ma'am.
This is State's Exhibit 279 for the record. State's Exhibit 280.
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 281.
Yes.
Okay. What was the purpose of documenting this particular image?
For the scratches and nicks that he had on his right forearm area, right arm.
State's Exhibit 282.
Yes.
Okay. It's a closer.
Just a closer version or view of the injury.
State's Exhibit 283.
Same thing, just even closer
What is
with
different?
a ruler
To measure the
size, or just to give you an idea of the size of the scratch or small laceration that he might have.
State's Exhibit 284.
Yes, just kind of displaying the redness on his knuckles and
The other side of his hand.
yes.
And that's State's Exhibit 285. State's Exhibit 286.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything that's been documented in this photo?
Yes, on the inside of his right thumb, there's like a small scratch or light laceration, maybe.
Here's State's Exhibit 287. Is that a close-up?
Yeah, it looks like the same thing, just closer.
289. Same image.
Same image with the ruler, just to give you an idea of the size.
State's Exhibit 290
Same image, just
and 291.
same image, just I think kind of just showing his fingernails, maybe how short they were.
What is it? What is the significance of short fingernails, or the importance of documenting the fingernails?
Because usually we try to, or the CSI or FIS section will try to swab for any DNA underneath the fingernail. So his were very short.
Now, Your Honor, I'm going to tender to the defense State's Exhibit 526 for their inspection and offer it to evidence.
No objection, Your Honor. Admitted.
Your Honor, this is a transcript.
Can you, the record, let the record.
Your Honor, this is the transcript of the interview
Oh.
that is also translates the portions that are in Spanish. Would the court like for us to?
Well, I think that you just need to follow along in case there is in Spanish that you perhaps put that on. Oh, it's going to be, we're going to be using the video, your computer. I guess just know that, make a note, I guess, for jury and argument that in fact these, whatever's in Spanish in the video will be in fact translated in the transcription exhibit number. And that way, in case somebody wants to see that at some point the translation or interpretation, I guess it would be translation, they could turn to that page. But for now, we're just going to play the video as is.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And Cindy, since there is an exhibit with a translation, we won't have to worry about, doing the interpretation as the video goes. Thank you.
May we now publish the,
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
and there is only one sub file, Your Honor.
One what?
One file in this.
All right. Thank you.
Where do your kids go to school? One goes to daycare later on, like Fearsome, the other one goes to Vultures. Okay. No, so we can start working on something. Let's see how we can figure out who's gonna build. Your wife's name? Amy. She's gonna pick them up. It's just a matter of like, we just need to let off. Yeah. Amy, lesson? Burgos, yeah, Burgos.
Detective Reyes, at the beginning of this video, what time
Can you lower your mic?
before the interview begins,
Mhm.
was the camera capturing Mr. Burgos or Agent Burgos' behavior
Yes,
and the communications of from any LPD officers?
yes,
During this interviews, was he provided water?
yes, he was.
Allowed to go to the restroom?
I know they asked him.
What
Did you
behavior?
stop the video? Is that, you're stopping?
I believe they were working on trying to get the speaker working on it.
Okay, go ahead.
What behavior, have you reviewed this video lately?
Yes.
What type of behavior is Mr. Burgos seen doing before you and Mr. Ernie Elizondo walked in?
At times you can see that he's trying to clean off. It looks like he's trying to wipe his arms, both arms, and then he gets underneath his t-shirt, starts kind of rub his t-shirt. I guess we'll see it here. I'm not sure if he licks his hands with saliva, but he is trying to rub things off his arm and his chest specifically. And then he's talking to himself, or he whispers, says things by himself.
Thank you. Yes.
We're not going to start it from the beginning, guys. No, you're going to go where you were at. It's 450 something or other.
Yeah, but, hey, you know how much, you know how much, so we don't talk to them, it's gonna be the one of the guys from down there, or? Yeah, well, no one is detectives, so they don't have to finish. They don't, no, there's one here, so we're just gonna, we'll talk to you, sure, yeah.
Didn't work for me. Ms. Jackman,
Yes, sir.
do you know when there's something that in terms of verbal conversation that come up where you can
Yes, Your
show
Honor.
the jury?
Yes, but if we may approach, Your Honor, I can show the court and the defense as to why.
At what time does it start? Do you know?
It starts at 3:09. 3:09.
No, we already passed that.
3:09 is the time, and the timestamp, it's the time that's on the back.
You're gonna have us here for the next, what is it, 2:42, that's 18 plus 9, 27 minutes of this?
My apologies, Your Honor, but that is the entirety of.
I don't need to play the entirety of an exhibit just to hear him whisper to himself that nobody can hear or talk, or whatever it is that he may be doing or making noises.
If-
What is the importance of that?
Then if the court would allow us to read what the transcript was able to pick up on what was said up until 3:09.
Who prepared the transcript?
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Approach, please.
The audio cut out, and I was wondering what was happening. I see we have a sidebar going on. There's a lag between watching it through StreamYard and watching it through YouTube Studio. So It's showing the interrogation still over on studio. Oh, now we're into the sidebar. So, let's see. While we are taking a break for the sidebar, let's see if there's anything new and interesting on YouTube. Court TV put up a video about baby Dominic DNA found on defendant's truck. Let's see. I haven't had a chance to watch yet, but Michelle After Dark has a video titled Summer Wells. They drop her back off near the woods and she was walking. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to watch that yet. I'll have to do that, but they keep changing the story. The longer the case drags out, I don't believe anything they say at this point. They keep changing. Yes, Utah does have some very beautiful places. I used to do a lot of hiking down in Zion National Park. And what's to Arches and the fiery furnace is incredible. Let's see. I'm not sure if Bellatrix is the one on the end of the table on the, kind of facing the defendant today, or if that's somebody else. Without the hair highlights, it's hard to tell. It kind of looks, the hair color looks right, but you don't see. So, and now she got her hand up by her head, so you really can't tell. Oh, old crime scenes. Yeah, that would be fun to do because one I would love to do would be to go out to Fremont Island. I did a video which I meant to do for Halloween last year, but I had some technical issues and couldn't get it done in time. About Jean-Baptiste. Oops.
I'm showing you what has been marked as state's exhibit.
Okay, I'll mute here.
And ask you if you know what this document is. What is the title of that document?
This is for the child support. I guess it's child support. They're filing for child support.
I'm going to be offering State's Exhibit 527. It is a certified copy of the petition to establish the parent-child relationship.
Don't catch your runner.
We'll publish it after. Is it on? No, that way we don't have to switch. I'll publish it after. Okay, may we proceed, John?
Yeah.
Mr. Burgos is doing this at approximately 2:49 and 14 seconds in the video.
It looks like he's inspecting his arms and looking for cuts. Start swiping again if he sees something.
Objection, Your Honor, I approach.
And we're on mute again. Yeah, I was doing a video for Halloween, and I'm gonna have my friend Gordon read the article and record it, and then edit footage from the Salt Lake City Cemetery. We have a fascinating case in early pioneer Salt Lake City from I think the 1860s, where Jean-Baptiste was a grave digger at the Salt Lake City Cemetery and got to doing some things that aren't in the job description. And so they exiled him to Fremont Island, and curiously enough, Heavy D. Sparks, who offered reward money for in the Dylan Rounds case, bought Fremont Island, I think earlier this year, or maybe it was late last year. So that's one that I want to do. And then there's there's lots of Bundy sites. There's the Unabomber site. Let's see. I don't think there's anything left of the hi-fi shop in Ogden, but that would be interesting. They turn on the mic, but then they don't talk because they get my thoughts up that we are going to be talking again. Oh.
It was on the floor. Yeah, you know, that one was there. So, yeah, everything's good though? Yeah, I'm just worrying about my kids, about your kids. What? I can't just like call my wife and like whatever phone, I just tell her, hey, when you get out, pick them up. I might be. What time does she get out? She's out at 4. And they can't. They can stay in school, you know, I have like that limit. But I could just leave a message, you know, if they don't answer. I mean, is that a possibility or? Yeah, just give me a second. Let me just figure out exactly what we're gonna do. How about that, all right? Thank you. No, yeah, what's going on? No, I'm saying, yeah. Yes, sir. Do you need something? With your office for la Cruz? Yeah. Are you gonna talk to me or? No, sir. Do you need something? Something I can help you with? I was asking him about my phone call or the deal. Never mind. There's no possibility. You know what's gonna happen with my guys? He said I'm gonna bring them in too. Don't answer all those questions a little bit, sir. Just bear with us, right? It's because it's taking forever now, getting treatment action, you know. Relax. It's hard to relax. It's hard to relax. I understand. It's all a lot of things at once. So relax. They'll be right with you. You'll be able to talk to somebody. No, that's what you're. Let me see if I can get somebody in here so they can start talking to you and answer whatever your questions you have. All right? So, home? Shit. All right.
Judge, I'm all for the state skipping to what they believe the relevant parts, but if we could just put it on the record as to where is being advanced.
Okay, that's good.
It's now being advanced to 309, where Ernie Elizondo and
309 of the actual time of the day.
39 minutes, 40 seconds. 39 minutes, 40 seconds.
All right, thank you. 39:40.
How you doing, Bugos? You guys keep doing it wrong.
Nah, we're good.
We're not trying to do that. We're just trying to get, oh yeah, you guys really are. I told the guy, can I just make arrangements so somebody pick up my kids? Yeah. Okay, come on.
What time they get out?
Yeah, they were in here, it's fine. I mean, 1,500. Do you have family members that can do that, or? Yeah, my wife, that's the only one I can pick for. Okay. Does she work somewhere, or? Okay. I guess before we start this process, we definitely want to arrange that, so, what's your wife's name? Amy Woods. What's her cell phone number? 863-242. That's because she's got a new one, and it's 9781, I think. 9781? Yeah, it might not be it. She's barely the only one. But I have it on my phone. Somebody has my phone. You can look it up. Yeah, definitely. Do patrolman take your phone?
Yeah, it's at the,
Oh, okay. All right, well, we'll communicate that right now. Does she work somewhere? Yes. On the bridge. She was customs or? Well, where they at school or they at daycare? One is at daycare, and one's at school. I was gonna ask you. Can I just call her myself? Okay, we're gonna get some assistance to do that right now. I think that it's important that we get to it right now, for starters. Do you think that's the number for sure? What time did she get out? I guess at 4 p.m.? Did she not know to go get the kids, or is it your turn? I didn't know because I get out before her. Well, I mean, we get out at the same time, or what daycare, or I'm closer. What daycare, yeah. Little learning center, now much years.
So, I mean, the main concern I have is you want someone to go get her, right? To go get the kids. So, it's okay if I call her and tell her, hey, look, okay.
But, furthermore, I mean, if you don't show up, then obviously they're gonna be calling on you or your wife. You go, that's not, if she answers, she'll call her. Yeah. I think it's good to the rest of us to know that.
What's your last name?
Amy.
Amy?
We know I understand why you're right, if she doesn't show, they're gonna call her, so,
Yeah, I'll be there.
Let's just get to it, man, because it's fucking. All right, I mean, obviously, we've been together all morning long, so you know where this is stemming from. And, the only thing we can do is try to get everybody's side of the story. Obviously, you're here and we transported you from the scene that we're at, right? So at this point, I think it's pretty clear that, you've not been allowed to leave. Yeah, I'm on the rest. So, we're still, it's still an investigation, we're trying to figure out all the details.
Yeah.
And we need to hear everybody's side of the story. So is it true like the rest of the other guys or what?
No, No, right now we're working with you're detained right now. You're not free to leave. You're not. I understand, but it's only that you're like. No. What are you guys? My older boys are with us.
What we're doing right now is we're investigating. No one's, being unlawfully detained. We're just trying to do is get all the facts.
Yeah, but the other guy told me your other boys too.
No, don't worry about it. I mean, whatever answers that you need that are going to be accurate, you're going to end up getting from us. But before we start all that, obviously you know your status in the situation. But we do need to get all the details and we want to get every status. So, but before we do any of that stuff, I think you're pretty much over now. And to get your side of the story, we need to make sure that you understand. You have the right to remain silent and not make any statement at all, and that any statement you make may be used against you at your trial. You understand that? Sir? Any statement you make may be used as evidence against you in court. You understand? You have the right to have a lawyer present to advise you prior to and during any question. You understand that? If you're unable to employ a lawyer, you have the right to have a lawyer appointed to advise you prior to and during any question. You understand that, right? And you have the right to terminate this interview at any time. All right. Any statements that you make, you're making them knowingly, you're making them intelligently, and you're voluntarily waiving your rights. I think that we need to get your side of the story, we need to make sure that you understand your rights. Signature.
Did anybody call the station? Yes, sir. You don't talk to one chance?
You mean your supervisor?
So I come to that guy, Luis, did you mention?
It's 3:15 p.m. The correct time right now is 3:15 p.m. Your correct name for the record is Ronald Anthony Bugos-Aviles. Yes. Date of birth is 4/19/89. And your location at home is 11307 Pedrosa Street, Burgos, Texas. So you're better.
So I'm arrested, right?
As of now, right? We want to find out all the details of the case. I think
I don't know everything.
Yeah, we don't know everything.
Just tell me the truth.
What we know right now is.
Don't sugarcoat anything?
Don't sugarcoat shit, man, because you're being legally detained right now. You're pending an investigation. What we know right now is that you showed up to the scene and there's a dead person. Why don't we start from that? Why don't we start from when you arrived and you discovered what you discovered? Are you a morning shift person? Did you come in the morning? Yes. Okay. What time did you show up to work?
5:15 is the time that I show up.
5:15 in the morning. And then you guys do muster?
Yes.
6 a.m.? Okay. And then what happened after that? You guys muster for how long?
I don't know. It depends on what the information is going to be and all that stuff.
Your location for work? Was that at the location where you're at?
No, I was what we call the river supervisor.
The road supervisor. So you basically did long distances, anywhere between where and where? Because these guys all have extra, they kind of stay in a position, and then you can go up and down the area.
Nobody's in.
Oh, I'm sorry, I mean, I already don't know.
No, yeah, I'm not sure anybody can move.
Okay. Well, I mean, based on some of the agents that we were talking to that were over there earlier, they said, oh, well, I'm working from.
Oh, yeah, you guys are like a piece.
A piece.
And then you're like.
And in your particular situation, you're not assigned to.
Just supervise them.
Okay, so you don't have a piece, you have a long stretch.
Them.
Okay, and how long is your stretch from where to where is your stretch?
Small stretches.
Your jurisdiction, how far does it run from?
Your area of responsibility.
Area.
It's my whole station area, the whole sector.
So from Colombia all the way down to where we found you?
To pass that.
Further down? Further south?
And so what happened next, you're put on duty, how did you end up where you ended up? Did you go, was that your first encounter, kind of like going to?
No, I went to Motorama. So picked up some paperwork from the other day. I held out the station for a little bit.
Let's just do like a good time, okay? You wrote a memo, you were at the station, so what time? Just an approximate.
I can't tell you that.
7, 8, 9?
I wasn't aware of the time. It's just,
it's such so routine that you don't even think like, okay, this time on this time that, you know.
So you left the station, do you go have breakfast or you kind of get to it real quick? Okay. So you left the station after doing your administrative duties, and then did you head to the Burbanks kind of thing?
Yeah, I drove towards the Old Tree Bridge.
From where?
From the station.
What station do you report to, sir?
Little.
Which is Shadow?
No.
Oh, way up there, okay. They have to do this, but,
Like over the Old Tree Bridge.
okay.
I hung out around there. So a couple guys talked to them, whatever.
Corporate agents, okay.
And I just kept working it down the river, you know, like going south. South, you know. Okay.
Yeah, so I mean,
you
So
gotta
that's-
ask me what you want.
Okay, so you started working south, right? And then eventually you ended up where we saw you, right? And that's the last place, that's where you ended up. Okay, so what happened while you were there in that area where we found you?
You wanna know what happened?
Yeah.
I went to the park. When I was going down there, I went to the park. I just did a loop. Met up with Lara. Talked to him for a little bit. And then
Another agent? Or is that-
Yeah, another agent. And, I just talked to him, I told him that I had to go because the station, I told him to go to the station. And then that's when I drove on that river road, and that's where, you know, that's when I saw stuff in the water. And after that, I already know the story about it.
So you found how many bodies you find?
I just saw that one person. So I saw that one person. I just saw the legs at first, right? Because it's like I'm really always just like,
Yeah,
so I got out, I ran there. At first I got freaked out. I grabbed my handheld, I ran in there, like, you know, what's that called? There's an acronym for it. You know, you gotta make sure for, you know.
Yeah, each other. Shaker, waiter.
Whatever, so. I tried to figure out her calls in her neck. And then, her hand. Then at that time, I fucking shit, you know. Because I'm like, what am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. I mean, I know, but like, I don't know, man. It's weird.
what was your impression when you saw her? Was it, like, this is, you seen something, you
I
were,
thought it was just, I thought it was somebody that got beat up because they didn't pay on the other side to cross. Nothing crazy, you know, they get their ass beat.
Right.
Whatever.
and so when you tried shaking her, I mean, what were you thinking about? Obviously, you thought it was a female.
Yeah, I mean, I could tell it was female, but it was hard to beat, you know, so because she was really down.
And you had like a failed attempt to kind of bring her through the lives because.
Well, at the same time, simultaneously, like on the radio, I was, you know, as all this is going on, I already say, God, you know, I need your help. Come over here. And he was like, probably from where that door that we came up the stairs to where we are right now, that's how far where we were.
Yeah, right.
So he just, I don't know if you saw what the units were.
Yeah, where the soccer fields at.
Yeah, so he got there. You know, it's hard for me to remember step by step, man, so I'm trying to give it to you. Details. So I think it can.
It's a difficult situation, but we just kind of want you to do the best possible when you whatever.
I know it's like figuring out.
Get off your chest.
Other guys say, you're right, man. I'm like, yeah, I said, what happened? I'm like, I don't know. Yeah, and then I was on the radio, I was fucking leak. I was being a little asshole. I'm like, can I get you next year? And they're like, well, for what? What is the situation? I'm like, I don't know. Just get them in here. They're like, well, I need to get, you know,
why do you need EMS for? I'm like, I don't know what's going on right now. You just get them here. It's on the radio? I was on the radio. But were you transmitting to the fellow blood? Female down, kind of thing, or it's because the thing is, one thing that was going through my head is that I didn't want to make it sound that serious because we have a tendency that whenever we put stuff, anything, usually not stuff like that, but this barely happens. Like we put anything exciting, everybody shows up. I didn't want everybody to show up, and they did anyways. The helicopter showed up. When's up? You know what I'm saying? So everybody wants to help. You know, everybody wants to be part of it. I was trying to keep that. I just said this is a subject in need of assistance. So it's like, I think that's like the word that I use. You know, to make it seem anyone say like, that's their body. You know, that's their people.
Did you say anything else about your injuries?
I didn't say shit because I didn't say. I can't remember saying anything in the radio. I didn't know. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure.
No, I got you. But what would be the big deal about you, arousing everybody's suspicion and showing oh, you have a dead body there? What would be the issue of that?
This is my issue. My issue is that we as Burgos-Aviles, we don't know jack shit about crime scene shit.
Right.
And which we did, which my buddies did. We show up there and what do? We start walking around all over, leaving our prints, everybody, we don't know. And they have told me before, one of the things, when a situation like this, they have told us supervisors, if you're getting into a situation like this, say a car accident, or any situation where there's somebody like hurt, let's get the least people as possible. And I actually remember saying on the radio, Lala's here with me, and if there's anybody who's responding, stand by. And it's because Lala was in the training, so it was three of us there. So at least, I guess I was worried about, man, having the less people that fuck better,
So you're trying to preserve the private.
And as you can tell, I think in this particular situation, you're showing up and it's, you're thinking that, oh, she's probably assaulted someone that she didn't want to pay or whatever. Yeah. She's lifeless. It looks like a violent attack. I think it's necessary to get on the radio and say, hey, female down, possibly deceased, EMT and police. I understand that, but also I've been told before, we don't make determinations if somebody's deceased or not. It might be obvious, you know what I'm saying? She might have her head cut off. Yeah. But until somebody with a certification with the authority to say they're deceased, I'm not gonna say it's deceased because I don't know. She could be unconscious for all I know, and then I'm over here saying that.
I know, but you know better than that.
I know, no, but it's not that I know better than that. It's black and white. Who am I to say so-and-so was dead? Or so
I'm just saying, considering the amount of blood that was around this girl, she was face down, that, common sense is not a matter of policy or any of that.
Ms. Jackman.
I wonder if I couldn't tell from what they were saying because of the sound whether they've indicated that they know that it's his girlfriend, or if they're playing it off like it's an unidentified Jane Doe at this point, because it would be interesting to flip the switch on him and letting him think that they don't know, and then seeing how he reacts when he discovers that he's in hotter water than he thought. Yes, you do. And you start to recognize patterns. I remember watching an episode of Dateline, And there was a case where there was a car full of people, and there was a young woman in the back seat, and there was some accident, I think drunk driver or something, and everybody in the car is fine except for this one gal in the back seat who's dead. And it turns out that the seatbelt rode up over her hip bones and cut the organs in the abdomen in half on impact. And so other people in the car who weren't wearing seat belts were fine, but she was killed by that. And they've since changed seat belts so that in the back seat you frequently have shoulder restraints, so that doesn't happen. And so when I was in paralegal school with one of my professors, he's giving a situation where you've got a bunch of people, they've just come out of a movie, and they're pulling out of a parking lot and get hit by a drunk driver, and everybody's fine, but one person in the back seat. And so, yes, what happened? And I go, she was killed by the seatbelt. And that's what happened. And oh, let's see, there was another case that was featured in one of those where there was some first responder type, I think might have been a police officer, and called up 911, said that he found his wife unresponsive, and they told him to do CPR, and he said he was. And when the paramedics got there, she was still on the bed, and they ended up prosecuting him for murder. And part of the evidence was that he didn't do.
Still, you want me to be saying on the radio, like, hey, there's a lot of blood, there's a subject down, there's a lot of blood. What good is that for you? Possibly disease. What everybody said, it don't matter. What matters is that I got there, I said I need EMS, we have a subject in assistance, and that should tell to send them there regardless. I asked for backup, my backup showed up. Your backup was Lara Smith. And they walked over to where you were at? Yeah, they showed up where I was. And then what happened there? Well, by the time that Lara showed up, which was like real quick, I was yeah, he was ready to see you. Yeah, he tapped her also, and he's like, what do you think happened? And Lara is an ex-military guy. So I kind of like, what do you say that? Like I was, instead of me being like the one in charge, I kind of like, hey, what do you think, man? What should we do? Because he's an ex-military guy, he's got a lot of training. I'm in the military too, but I don't have that type of training he has. And he's like, I don't know, he started saying like what could it be? It was like dogs bit her, I don't know, he started saying all kinds of stuff. And which I was really should, it doesn't matter what he said. No, that's not intimidating, you can discuss it. And at the time, kept happening. I don't know, don't be freaking saying that I said, because I think he told her also, and I asked him what he thinks, and then I'm like, he's like, I don't know, it's really hard for me to tell because of the position it was, so we get tempted to move her. But then at that time, I kind of realized, you know what, man, we're touching this chick with no gloves. Who moved her? Me, both of us. So who grabbed her from where? Where you grabbed her? I don't know, I think I grabbed her by shirt, shoulder, like, cause, like this, like that, in the arm, and I don't know what he got, I just saw his hands. And so when you did that, how far did you all get up? You got to that? Probably like this. It really was pretty quick, because then I realized, hey, man, we're touching her with no gloves, so at that time, he told his trainee, you have any gloves? And the trainee had gloves, he's a cool trainee, so. So he put his gloves on and he moved her hip? We put gloves I think after that, man, I think I told her, well, just don't touch him, man, because, I mean, that's how I was saying, like, man, don't touch him because, I mean, I kind of like already, the whole, she might be gone, start the same thing. I'll be honest with you, I know you probably think that I should have fucking known whatever. But at the time, man, I didn't know she could be unconscious. I've seen people pass out because they walk 4 miles in the water and you think they're dead. And then when they freaking take them to the hospital, they freaking put an IV and they just have to wrap them up, passed out. I know, man. I know you think fucking these bullshit, man, but like,
Yeah, I do.
you know. But it's good thing I know, man, but fuck, man. It's, I can't fucking figure it. He was saying, he fucking said, I don't think she's gone.
But when you, just let me go back real quick, when you, I know you said you grabbed her like maybe twice, right? 2 or 3 times? Did you have gloves on every time? The first time you did. Second time you did? No? Good time?
When I put my gloves on, you know what, that's why I say I don't want to touch her anymore.
Okay.
Same for him.
So then I'm assuming that you washed your hands after
Yes, I guess so.
you got the bacterial stuff?
Yeah, I had water in my throat, that I washed my hands there. And I told the guys, hey, we'll see you for exposure because we touched her there. So in this particular situation, I mean, you know, you're not seeing that she's passed out because of heat exposure, you see, because there's blood force trauma. And it's pretty clear, you know, from the moment that I showed up, I mean, blood force trauma, as well as what I saw it, for example.
I mean, when there's blood everywhere, you know, you're in a blood, full of blood, usually that's a sign that.
I think that was a discussion that we had with you and with Lara and with Smith, was like, hey, there's blood here, there's blood here, there's blood here. Well, let's make the crime scene bigger. Well, that was them. That was Lara, the one that was making those calls, because like I said, he's the one that knows the real. Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, we agreed when we showed up. We were there 10 seconds when we said, wow, there's blood. At the time when I was there, I didn't know it was drama, trauma. I didn't know that shit, you know?
Yeah, well, we don't know yet, we're just assuming because of the type.
To me, and I know you're saying fucking bullshit, man. You can tell me to my face, but at the time, man, I thought she got beat up. And I didn't, in my head, man, I wasn't thinking what happened. Did she got shot in the head? Did she got freaking, because I said something about dogs, because there was a guy walking with dogs or some shit like that. You mentioned dog thing at that moment when that thing was going on. I wasn't thinking none of that shit.
That's, no, and you're getting me wrong, I'm not saying that you're supposed to know what she had. The only thing we're saying is that just by looking at it, you know that it's a serious injury, whatever, whether it's a, you know, if she knocks on the head, or whether, you know, she was assaulted with something else, that's all I'm saying.
You
know?
should have known what she was there.
I didn't say you should have known she was dead either.
But it sounded like, you're like, come on, man, you should have known better.
No, you should have known that it was pretty dang serious.
I mean, he was serious, right? I told her, you don't want to put in the radio that somebody dead.
Right.
Because
Okay, we got that, we clarified that. Okay.
So Bugos, you guys moved her a couple of times, no? Did you guys look at her? Did you say, did you ever say at one point, who's this female? No. So I'm trying to show you how far we moved. It was like this. You know, it was. And then her hair was down and all that shit, you know. So that was the family then. You said, okay, you're on. Yeah, kind of messy with this situation. At that time, and then what happened next? The more we moved, the more between the three of you, what happened next? We did a sweep. What is it? Like we went into like the surrounding areas, like just in case there was, I don't know, somebody.
Yeah.
In your separate directions, or? Yeah, one direction, they went another direction. Yeah. Okay. And then what happened with your sweep? We found shoes, which I found a shoe, I didn't think anything of it. I found shoes all the time from the aliens. They came in, just grabbed it, looked at it to make sure I didn't look over, put it down. On a stroller. Same thing, you know, I looked at it, I grabbed it, whatever. Didn't get anything of it. They continued to sweep. We went back, there was another shoe looking like the same one that I found. And that's the one that, you found both shoes? Yeah, that's the one I was like, you know what? This shoe here looks like the other one. And it was like pretty close, so I grabbed it and I put it on the dirt road, and that was that white one that was there. You grabbed both shoes? The first one I grabbed and I didn't think anything because it was like far away. It was like maybe like 50 you so you can visualize it, right? Anything over, I'll put it down, right? Yeah. Walk back, in one sweep area, also, follow stroller, anything over again, because like I said, there's always trash all over that place. One back to Rada, and I told him what I saw. And where he was at, in the area of the bush, that's where I saw the other shoe. He didn't see what I saw. And I grabbed it, I was like, this is like the other shoe, man. And he's like, you know, you hurts, man, because she's missing two shoes, so that's why I can put it. And it was like pretty cold, so I grabbed it, and I put it on the dirt road, and I was out way when I was there. You grabbed both shoes? The first one I grabbed, and I think it was like far away. It was like maybe like 15, 20 feet away. So the first shoe is so that's why I grabbed it, but it was like 20, 30 feet away. Don't fucking quote me on it like I'm giving you exact distances, but I'm just giving you so you can visualize it, right? Anything over, I'll put it down, right? Yep. Walk back, in one sweep area, follow stroller, anything over again, because like I said, there's always trash all over that place. One back to Rada, and I told him what I saw. And where he was at, in the area of the bush, that's where I saw the other shoe. He didn't see where I saw it. And I grabbed it out and see like the other shoe, man. And he's like, you know, you hurts, man, because she's missing two shoes, so that's why I can put it there on the phone. So you put one shoe back to where she's at, and then the other one stays where? The other one, I stayed away, and my mind totally forgot about that one. So you discovered her, you discovered both shoes, you discovered the stroller, this prior to us getting here, at least? I can't remember if the police was there or anything else. You know what, when I discovered I think EMS was over there, but I can't remember, no, you guys show up later, but I know you two show up later. Yeah. Oh, well, you guys, the shoulder, yeah, they show up, yeah. Then what else did you find in your search when you're doing your forever search? So I found somebody else on the other one. What is it? I didn't see a body, I heard it was a kid, I went to the area. How old do you think the kid was? What age did they say? They said below one. Was that an odd situation for you? Female, baby, a stroller? In that particular area, are they on your block? To me, it's business. There's a park there, there's a soccer field there. It's hot for regular traffic. You know? But where she was discovered, she was a little bit off the beaten path. They normally stay inside. They go over that. All that is being paid.
Yeah, that way she was unpaid.
It wasn't paid, but it's still going. It's not.
They still walk that trail?
I don't know if I told you when we were there, I told you we saw a runner. So I don't. Yeah, but in this particular case, there's a woman fairly like our age with a stroller and a 1-year-old. Sure. And a difficult place for us to even walk with. I don't know. I don't run in the trails and in Montague, by the river. You know, I run the street. There's people I run through there. There's people that walk their dogs. Like I do the dogs, and there's people out there. So to be honest with you, to me, seeing somebody there, always suspicious about female with a stroller. You know, fine. There's zero suspicion in that area. When you all discovered the shoes and the stroller, he had no record. I can't remember. I know EMS was there, man. I can't remember if he had a ride or they were just getting there. I know the helicopter was flying. Do you think that situation where you discovering body, shoes, stroller, that situation kind of heightened your concern? Like, oh man, this is bad. And then they call, like, we need to set up the perimeter, whatever, there's a bad guy in there, you know. It looks like a very bad situation. I had already told the guys to set up a perimeter. Or perimeter turning to a perimeter search. Because if there's bad guys hiding, the last thing I want to be is like me, Lara, and Smith standing like this, all three making an easy target for somebody when we all can move together. When you guys were kind of turning her over like, maybe more like a $1 across them. All right, so it's in the business, it's normal for you, right? Because you see this a lot. So let's get past that, because I don't think you're gonna say, I mean, that's what your story is. So let's get past, why did you end up over there where the car was? There was one of you guys, one older guy. He was giving me the rundown, he was telling me, that they were gonna take pictures of our units, or drone or whatever. And asked me, who's the guy in charge? He said, I am. So I'm like, all right. So I'm stay with him. Because anything that I get from my end, I'll tell him, and anything that he gets from his end, that's on me. So you obviously saw the scene, and now you saw the car. Putting all that together, what does that mean to you? The car didn't mean to you? Any suspicion about who the car is, or who could be driving it, or who could it belong to? Nothing at the time. Nothing. What about now? Now, my head is. What's your head telling you? What are you thinking? You're gonna have to ask me. Who is it? I'm not sure. Who do you think it is? I'm not sure. I think you got something kind of out there, that you want to get off your chest. I'm not sure, to be honest with you. Or if you think that it was somebody that resembles the person, who do you think it would be? It's not that it resembles somebody, because I do not see the person's face. Okay, so the car resembles somebody? The car, the Mercedes, it kind of like rings a bell, but I don't want to say anything, because I don't know for a fact. No, but maybe that's for us to verify if it's true or not. All we're asking for is, your opinion, what cars look like. I don't want to give you my opinion on that, because I don't know for sure. I don't want to be saying stupid shit. No, nothing we say here is stupid unless you lie to us. No. What I mean, I don't want to be saying, how do I say this? What do you think the car belongs to? What do you think it belongs to? You've seen it before. Yeah, I saw it today. Whose car is it? I don't know whose car it is. Who do you think it is? I mean, based on your feeling earlier, you think it's someone's car. I don't know whose car it is. See, I mean, he's being a little more patient, man. I'm gonna lose my patience here with you real quick, man. Yeah, because I want you to be honest with us. We got your chance, gave you a chance to come here and tell us the truth about everything that happened today. We really know a lot more than you think we know. We know who came in from the cameras. We know what time the car got there. We know what time you went in. We got 2 vehicles that were parked that were pulled into that place. Right? You know the car, and we know who she is. You know who she is. You have a baby with her. So, I mean, we want to know, now you tell me, explain that to me. Well, you tell me who you have a baby with. You said that. You said you have a baby with her. Right. With her. Right. With her. Well, you tell me. I'm asking you. Who's her? You tell me. Who's her? Who's the car? Whose car is it? Whose car is it? Right. I don't know whose car it is. Because we're investigating a deceased person. Well, you're asking me a question, but I don't know the answer. If you want to ask me something. Okay, cool. Okay, let me ask you this. Are you married? Yes. Okay. Do you have a baby with another girl? I don't know. I can't. That's a stupid answer. What do you mean you don't know? You answer no, bud. There's no playing around. We're talking about homicide. Do you have a baby with someone else? Yes or no? We simply. You gotta make it easier for someone else. You gotta make it easier for someone. It makes the situation worse. I know where you're going. But the yes or no questions, if it's not that simple, it's not like I gotta tell you. What? Or no. Mira, listen, asking you if you have a baby with someone other than your wife is a yes or no. I'm not gonna judge you. I don't give a damn. I'm just asking you, do you have a child with somebody else? It's because I don't know. Twice already, somebody said they're pregnant or clean.
Who are those females that told you twice already? They said they're pregnant by you. Give some evidence.
One is Lindsay.
Who?
Lindsay.
Lindsay who?
I don't know her name.
That's her nickname, Lindsay, or?
That's it. That's how. That's how
She
I'm
Latina,
Lindsay.
she,
Actually, a little bit of check. Lindsay.
how old is she, most of
24, 23.
And the other girl?
And the other one was in Chris.
Chris? Chris what?
That's all I know too. These are just some females that I met.
Where does Lindsay live?
I don't know. I met, like I said, man, I met them out.
Lindsay, where does she work?
San Antonio, some department store now.
Okay, so she used to live in Idle, now she lives in South Shore.
She was like that.
Okay, and then, who's the one of them? Chris?
Chris.
Chris? How old is she?
That's all I know.
How old is she?
I was like 23, 24. That's when I met him. I don't know about now, but I was
Okay,
like.
so where is she live originally?
I don't know.
When was the last time you saw either one of these girls?
Lindsay, I saw a couple months ago. Maybe a couple weeks ago.
Like a social setting or just on the street somewhere?
Social.
Social.
We hung out.
You hung out? Does she appear to be that person that you saw before?
No.
What about the second one?
The second one
Se pasa ella?
resembles her.
Resembles her? Did she have a child recently?
Yes.
How old is the baby? The child?
1 year and a half.
About a year and a half?
Yeah.
What does she normally drive?
When I met her, she drove a truck. 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Drove a truck.
So you've been seeing her aside from your wife?
That was 2, 3 years ago. Me and my wife, we were being had issues. She had left me. She left me.
And then she came back.
Yeah, she came back.
But over a year with Grace. You're with Grace when she came back?
No.
How long ago did you break up with Grace?
We were never anything.
Oh, okay. Just social dating.
Just 2 chicks, never anything.
Okay.
It was just like I met them.
But it was intimate relationship, sex, it was just, you know. Friends with benefits, right?
Now you understand what I'm telling you, like, I don't know for sure.
Yeah.
Because it's not like how you think.
But that's what you gotta explain.
Well, yeah. When I told you no, you figured it went off on me.
When you told me no what?
That, you told me, oh, maybe yes or no.
Well, it's a yes or no question.
It's not a yes or no question because it's like.
Well, I mean, you're still trying to blame me by saying maybe. Even all that you have to do, you don't.
I'm explaining it to you.
Come on, you're a grown man.
I'm explaining it to you, but.
So, your answer is maybe, right? You don't know, you possibly have a kid with Lindsay and maybe with Grizz.
No.
They alleged that they were pregnant.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
They said, I can tell you right now.
So then the answer is no. Because you don't think you have a baby.
I don't know. That's just, I don't know.
No, you don't know.
I don't know. That's the answer. I don't know.
When was the last time you saw Grizz?
2, 3 weeks ago.
2, 3 weeks ago?
2, 4 weeks ago, yeah.
So you guys kind of still carrying on a little relationship?
We started to talk again. Yeah.
Was trying to ask you, what's your cell phone number?
863.
63.
Well, that's me.
I'm asking.
242.
242.
581. 58. 81.
So your telephone number for Antonio-Aviles is known by the mother of the victim.
Okay.
Okay? So go from there. Where am I? Let's get it off your chest, bro. Let's get it off your chest.
Good one. You got to ask him.
You're the victim's mother, which is grieving beyond anything you can imagine.
Okay.
Right now, is saying that your name is this and your phone number is this. Which is the same thing you provided me.
Yeah, that's true.
So we know the identity of that person and the child.
Okay.
Tell us what happened
With what?
with the incident that you discovered. Are you telling me it's a coincidence that you discovered
A person that I
a girl that you know that died, that was murdered?
It was a coincidence?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Wow, that's pretty. Is there any chance that this child could be yours?
I'm not denying that I don't know, didn't seem Gris. Now, do I possibly know for sure I was Grizelda or Lindsay? I don't know because I didn't take it.
I just told you.
I'm talking like at the moment, you know, so that's why you guys are wondering like how come was you already this person or whatever. This and that. You know, I didn't have a freaking, I didn't have a clue.
Okay.
Who the person was. It was me and that on my shoulder, and like I was like.
So y'all were together, y'all discovered the body together?
Yes.
Okay, so.
Well, I saw it first.
Right, and then you radio report out, right? So you were by yourself over there.
Yeah, it was like about 10 seconds, 15 seconds, maybe even less than that when you showed
So
up.
you think we should be looking at louder for this or what?
Why?
Because.
Why are you looking him for?
Because he discovered it?
No, like, did you hear what I said? You guys need to stop playing like the little runaround, like little tricks.
No, but we're asking you. No, you're the one playing that. You're playing tricks. You're the one that's not telling us the truth. What do you think? You think that all of this stuff is coincidence? You're the spouse there. You're the one that finds her. And then the little 1-year-old right after was found right across from her. Right? We were told that you were supposed to meet Grizz in the park.
I wasn't supposed to be shit, no one.
So everyone there was lying about that.
The last time I talked to her was about maybe like a week ago. Check her phones, man.
Oh, man. Oh, we're gonna check your collection. Don't worry about it. Anything we need, we're gonna check too.
Stop thinking about the movies. Stop thinking about any potential moves. It's not. You need to stop fucking thinking of this little game. If you fucking think I'm fucking guilty, then why are you fucking talking to me then?
Because we're gonna give you an opportunity to talk.
Well, don't give me fucking shit then, because you guys.
Don't give me fucking shit. We're interviewing you. That's what we're doing. This is our fucking job.
You guys are fucking pissing me off.
Oh, you think we're getting dead? There's 2 dead bodies over there. And you're mad? And you think we're good shit? Man up. Roll some nuts, man. Tell us what happened.
I already told you what happened.
You didn't tell us the damn thing. I told you what this is. You walk by and you see 2 dead bodies there, and it just happens to be one of the girls that you have a relationship with?
Years ago.
You just saw her 2 or 3 weeks ago.
And so what?
And so what? You still talk to her?
Yes, I talked to her.
Right.
Just like I talked to my
Right.
So what you're saying is that because of that, you're saying.
Oh, and then some. I believe you did. I believe you did.
All right.
I mean, let's think about us. Let's not think about you. You know, the victims are gone. They're gone. The worst possible way. Right now,
I was out there working, man.
What's that? Es la familia. Familia de
How do you?
The sister.
All this.
Mom, sister, extended family. Burgos. You're killing us too. Burgos. Sincerity. We're a law enforcement agency. All of us, both of us. Border Patrol, PD, out of scene. It's gonna come out that you're the suspect in this case.
That's fine.
This is bigger than me and you. This is bigger than both departments. You're looking at a family that's grieving now and will grieve forever. And all because we're sitting here trying to be cool stuff that you know.
No, it's not that.
The faster that you can put it in front of you and get in front of it, you get in front of it. Because the case, it speaks for itself. But the faster that you can get in front of it, and then the easier it will be for you and your family. Think about your family. Stop thinking about yourself, man.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. That's a lot.
Is that your water bottle?
It was.
¿Piénsalo bien, dude? Where's your immediate family? You got immediate family here or back in Puerto Rico? Or how long have you been here in Laredo? About 8? Look, man, I'm gonna tell you something that I ain't the one supposed to ask you. it should be everybody. Something's happened, something set you off, something. People just don't wanna see that you did it just because you fucking hated her or just because you, no, something happened, man.
I don't hate her.
Okay.
Every time I talk to her, it's fine. We joke around. You know, we fuck around all the time. We fucking joke around, whatever. She was a fucking cool chick, man. Right? I didn't know her. You know, she did tell me that she thought she had a baby on mine. Well, I'm telling you. I mean, whenever the heck, you know, a year and a half ago, whatever, and it stayed like that, you know? It's staying like I think.
Never confirmed or denied it. She never confirmed or denied it.
She always used to say, like, oh, it's yours, whatever. But it was never, like, proven for real, you know? Like, we never went to that, like, you know, we never did. That's why I'm telling you from that. I can't answer you yes or no, I'm telling you yes. You're saying that I know. Well, do I really know? No, just because she says so, she says, well, is your baby.
Have you ever bothered to go and look at the child? You never? Why? Just because you were afraid that it might be? I mean, I'm not gonna judge you, I just wanna know why, because believe me, people don't wanna know why. I mean, if someone tells me, hey, you know what, I'm gonna have your baby, yeah, even if I don't really care about that person, I'm gonna man up and take care of my kid, but yeah, I'm gonna need that, if that's what you need, or I'm gonna visit to see. A long time ago, about like a year ago, a year and a half ago?
Yeah, I was thinking.
Not very much, so how right now? You're 27. 26.
I was, you know.
So you were in denial of it.
Having problems, always being here and everything I saw, whatever. So to me, it was just like time, probably trying to freaking, you know.
You see your hand problems and hitting everything you saw with them.
You know, like.
Happened.
Oh, okay, so she's not getting in the water.
I mean, like I said, we're not judging all that.
So like I told you, it's been fucking me and her, being freaking cool.
So then what happened today, man? What happened today?
Look, man,
Talk to the family, we have the phone.
But you need your story. That's not gonna keep us drunk. You're gonna come, go ahead, say something and I'll tell you something.
there was some phone calls I remember. Like one, there were two phones.
What I'm talking about is that we have your phone and we have her phone. That's gonna just be put together. That's fine. Her family's saying that she went to a meeting. They know that you went to a meeting. They know. Ella les dijo a ellos. Mom, I'm gonna go meet.
Okay.
You know?
What I know on my side, I don't know what she says over there. I really don't know. What I know that I wasn't the only one, alright? That she was seeing and all.
No, don't lose your focus. The focus is that she told her mother, I'm leaving with the intention of meeting Burgos. She turns up dead and we find Burgos. I mean, that you can't twist it. You can't twist that.
I mean, just put yourself, I know you can't put yourself in our shoes right now, but, you know, just imagine how that looks.
Imagine how you kind of explain this to not be you. Tell me, please, that's very hard to do. But at this point, they're gone, but you gotta have me that behind. What about that behind, bro? Do you have any feelings for them on you?
Yes, man.
They're at home around hell. They're in hell. Okay, what do you think? And so, what do you think?
I think that is a sad fucking thing, man, but I think that you guys can fucking be blaming me because I didn't fucking do it, man. I just stumbled into this, you know? It wasn't like I fucking did this shit, you know, and like, they told me like 15 seconds later, you know, like it's not like, you know, the guys were trying to cover anything.
Well, I think the faster road that, so two things, two things. The faster that you can come to terms with it and accept it, is the faster it's gonna be easier for you. But it's also gonna be easier for the legal system, you know, to see how you're thinking. If you're, have all this evidence, también you're not remorseful.
I am remorseful. I feel bad for what happened, you know, because I know her. You know? Yeah, her, not the family, whatever.
Yeah.
Her. You know.
Oh, you feel bad for what happened. You're not
I
remorseful.
feel bad for the thing. The thing is, man. But I'm fucking pissed, man, because how everything just went down. The fact that I'm here, the fact that somebody, just because I know her and I freaking hit it a couple years ago, now all of a sudden I'm fucking guilty.
No, you forgot the fact that you found the body.
I fucking found the body. No, nobody was fucking trying to fucking hide shit. This was put out on the fucking radio. There was fucking backup immediately there. I wasn't
That doesn't explain it. That's not gonna
No, so I wasn't freaking trying to hide shit. I was just driving on my assigned area, right? So because of this shit, because I fucking hit it 2 years ago, I'm fucking guilty of it?
Well, you're not going to court. You know how it works. You're not guilty. You're innocent until proven guilty.
No, you come on, man, don't give me this shit. You guys are talking to me like if I'm fucking guilty with that. You don't feel remorseful or
So we believe you do it, and I believe you did it. That's where we're at now. It doesn't matter what I believe. It's what the jury is going to believe.
I know that.
Okay?
I know
And
that.
you don't want to look like you're not remorseful. You don't want to make it.
I am remorseful.
You want to make it seem like.
I'm gonna make it seem like I'm telling you. It ain't fucking fair. Yeah, I fucking did it.
Okay, now let's go back because you had a fallout with your wife, she left, you hooked up with this girl, she told you you had a kid, you're in denial that it's yours.
I wasn't in denial.
Your wife's,
I wasn't in denial.
your wife's come back, and now this girl's not letting go of the fact that you're the dad to this kid.
That's not true at all. That's not true.
How is that not true? I mean, she's telling you that you're kid, no?
She told me a while back, and after that, it's like almost,
Well, you're trying to patch up things with your wife, no? She went back to where? Where are you going from?
she went back to her hometown.
Where's her?
Florida, Chicago.
And that's a major commitment to come,
I understand.
have a breakup, leave, and then come back again.
I understand.
That means that your heart's with her, your heart's with Amy, ¿verdad? Ahora, ya out of nowhere, Grizz is saying, hey man, you gotta pay your brother, you gotta pay. Either you gotta pay child support, or you gotta man up and take care of him.
It wasn't ever like that. It was never like that.
I don't see any other scenario, man.
It was never like that. She was never on me like that. She was never on me like that. I'm telling you, she's not that type of person. She's not that type of person. She was never like, oh, you better man up.
How does she tell her family, how does she borrow the car? The Mercedes. How does she borrow
That's
that?
not even her car then.
And, man, wait, don't try to twist it, just listen. I'm being truthful, you need to be truthful.
I'm being truthful with you too.
How did she borrow the car? Tell her family member. How did she tell us something in this car? I'm telling you what I'm learning, because you want to know. You want to know what we're learning? Truth?
Go ahead.
How did she tell her family, I'm gonna go meet Bugos?
By saying, hey, I'm gonna go meet Burgos.
And how did she end up meeting you at that location where you happen to be? And how did she end up there, and how do you end up finding her?
So go with rewind.
We had a huge team of investigators who were already have all the video, everything. We know who's coming, who's coming out.
Just answer this. When you went in, did you go to the park?
Yes, I
You went to where she was parked, right?
No,
Did you go to the parking lot there?
I didn't know where she was parked.
No, but you went to that entrance.
I went to the entrance.
Right.
Okay, the car was there.
Okay, so the car was there when you got there. Okay, there you go.
The car was there. There's a white Mercedes.
Okay.
I went, didn't turn around, I was on that.
In the parking lot, right? The parking lot?
So you know where the CP guys were parked?
Yeah.
The basketball court, yeah. Went in,
Right.
turned, did a donut,
Right.
came out. The same way I came in, same way I came out. Went to the soccer fields. Saw Lara and Smith. They were there.
Okay.
Alright, they were there. Talked to them. Told them what I was gonna do. And I left. As I was leaving, that's where the situation happened. I called it out. I put it on the radio. I called Lara. He showed up with me. When he showed up with me, everything started going on. He's asking me all kinds of questions.
see the Mercedes there, right? Okay, when you put it in there, was there any other agents in that area? Was Lana there in that area?
Just the CVPs.
The CVPs?
Just the CVPs.
Okay, but they were in the market area?
No, we're parked.
They were part of the CVP was part of the
No, CVPs. Over there. They were in the park. No, the park.
At the same time that the Mercedes was there.
When I went in, Mercedes, CVPs.
So she was probably off the Mercedes at the time, right? You didn't see anybody inside?
I didn't go that way, man. It's just a Mercedes. You can't just say, because it's a borrowed car, I was supposed to know that it was somebody that I knew 2 fucking years ago.
No, I'm not asking you that. Listen to what I'm saying before you start jumping. Did you see anybody in the car?
I didn't see anybody.
Aren't you an observer agent?
Yes.
Okay, did you look up to see if there was anybody in the car? You don't know. If you did, I'm not thinking less of you. I just want to know.
No, you know why?
Why?
Because if you were driving down that road as many times as I do, the place where that car was parked, even if there was somebody in the car, you couldn't see because that's how far away it was. And at the time again, I'm scanning car, Mercedes, park, CVPs, all that way.
But you didn't know that that was the only car on lot. Aside from CDP, right?
I don't know, there was other cars. There was other cars.
But the only thing you saw was CDP in that car. That's what I'm getting at. There may have not been other cars, but what you remember is that car and a Mercedes and CDP, right?
And CVPs.
Right.
And because that car was kind of like alone. You know, like the same way you guys found it.
Yeah.
You never seen that car before? I've seen the plenty of white Mercedes before.
You know her family members? You know them?
I don't know. I don't know, but either way, I never met them.
I'm not gonna more.
Okay. Well, this kind of, do you have a protective order against you from anybody?
From who?
I don't know, anybody, any of your,
What's that mean?
a protective order, like a restraining order? Like, has your wife ever filed a protective order against you for domestic violence?
No.
And any of these girls?
No.
No?
But I know of, no.
So if, I'm just saying, so we run your name out, you're gonna come out clear.
Is that a reasonable question? Also?
Well, because if you do have a protective order, you should know. Because they serve you, you go to court, they tell you, hey, you can't be within 1,000 feet from this girl, you can't communicate with this girl. So that's never happened to you.
Am I gonna stay here? Am I gonna spend the night here?
No, bro, this is not a jail. This is,
Or are you gonna send me to jail?
not yet.
Not yet. Well, are you yes or no?
Not yet.
We're being pretty honest. Okay, are you gonna take me later to jail?
Well, I can't tell you this yet. You're detained. The detention means you can't go anywhere until we figure out, you know, if we got these things, then
We're going to be one at each other. You can't be talking about balls.
I'm not lying. There's a camera here. I'm not gonna lie to you. Just got it?
Yeah, fine, man.
Okay.
I thought we were going to square away the stuff with my kids, man.
But you don't want to send out the call because you're working on it.
But now I'm fucking freaking out, man.
It should be okay, brother. There's nothing really to worry about.
Is there any way that I can call her and let her know where I'm at, man?
Faster that you cooperate with us.
I've been cooperating with you guys, but I don't understand where you guys are coming from, and it's weird as fuck. But bro, the way that it fucking happened, you can't ask fucking Lara, man. I was talking to him like 5 fucking seconds ago before I went on fucking radio. I ain't do shit, man. I know it's fucking crazy. I ain't do shit. I got nothing wrong against this chick. As far as I know, she never put anything, any protective order or whatever against me. I don't have any fucking thing against her, man. We're fucking cool. Somebody freaking we beat it up, whatever, right? We stopped doing it for a long ass fucking time. It's been a long time, and we stay fucking friends.
What's your government cell phone number?
I don't know what's that cell phone number.
You just have yours? They just call you on the radio and then you call from your personal phone?
What do you mean?
You know, have your cell phones from work?
I don't. Watch one of those on both. Yes, 14's on both.
They don't have issue with that day. Interviews or
Cell
nothing.
phone? No. The only thing that will have is my radio.
Alright, and you need to think about it, because I'm telling you how it is. I know you wish that I fucking say like, I freaking shower in your freaking head and then call out and be like, oops, look what I freaking saw. But that's not what fucking happened.
I think that you need to accept the fact, bro, that it's not a major coincidence. It's not. It's not. You know, you're looking at a dead woman.
It is a fucking major coincidence.
A dead child.
It's not whether I want to accept it, it's the fact that it's a major fucking coincidence. And yeah, it fucking hit me once everything, when they fucking started hitting me once, you know. I'll tell you when it hit you is when I asked you your name. Yeah, when they freaking said that, I was like, shit. Right? And you didn't tell me your middle name? But then again, yeah, and that's what started hitting me. But then again, I wasn't still sure because like I told you, I cannot positively ID what
I'm not asking
you to tell you.
we're not asking you to say,
We're telling you that that's her. So that we come across, of course, being the detectives that we are, we look into her background, right? Who she was dating, who she was talking to, and your name comes up. And guess what? You're right there at the scene with us. So come on, we're just going to our shoes. I don't think. It doesn't matter.
We're not going to see what you guys showing today.
What?
Well,
Yeah, I asked on the radio, they kept saying that his name was, Anthony Bugos, right? For radio, but I asked him, and he said, Bugos. So I said, what's your name? He says, Ronald Bugos. And then he heard them say, Rick, he's got a middle name of Anthony. And I asked him, what's your name? He said, Ronald Anthony Bugos. So he left out the middle name and Aviles, which is what they know you by, Anthony Aviles. No, you forgot to ask me. But you don't think you should, being a professional, have at least told me? If they ask me my full name, I ain't gonna chop it up and leave out two names, two last names.
Your demeanor right now compared to your partner's demeanors, we're not all of them, because we have all of them here. Or is nothing but 100% cooperation.
Yeah, I'm cooperating. I'm not fucking doing what you guys are doing.
Hey man, somebody's fucking dead right now. And they want to laugh, there's somebody dead.
I don't want to fucking laugh. Well, you guys are fucking like almost coercing me. To fucking say something. Because you believe that it's a coincidence. It's not. It's a fucking coincidence. Your young is not gonna do any good for you, but don't go down.
Burgos, we had to disarm everybody in your unit to bring it.
Yeah, I know, and you think I know it was coming, because I'm not fucking stupid. I know it was fucking coming since you fucking guys were playing around over there. Tell me, we're gonna go to the That's explains your mentality right there. Because my mentality is always over homicide. I know it was fucking gonna happen. You want me to be upset about it?
Burgos, one of them is possibly your son.
Okay.
That was murder. That's possibly your son, your blood. It's not it. Burgos, that's possibly your son that's dead. Burgos. Your son is dead. A 1-year-old. Let that sink in, man. 2 agencies, a city, a gruesome murder. You have a family, you have another family, a wife, and you have kids with them? 2 kids that you're worried about? You have to come to terms with it, man. You gotta start getting in front of this thing. And stop playing around. You still have 2 living children. You have 2 more, you said, with 80?
Yeah.
You gotta get in front of it, man. This cannot be a mystery for you and your family. You can't drive them crazy like that. One family's already ruined. Don't mess with your wife, Amy.
It's all a mystery. What's your name?
Jason, Vanessa.
It's always all a mystery.
What is it then?
It's all a mystery.
What happened?
I gave you detailed step by step of what happened. You asked me if I know the person. These things, and I told you that I do. I'm not fucking hiding anything. Ask me, instead of trying to accuse me and tell me to think, ask me what you want to know, and I'm telling you.
Burgos, I'm 25 years old, and I saw an ex-girlfriend when I was in high school, get on the ground, I recognized her. I do the bullshit.
Bro, that's what I did. Yes, it does, bro. It's so important that I was like, we are laying it down, man. We freaking care.
Yeah, that's cool. That's all. The thing is, like, we have to extract
the beginning, listen. You didn't tell me from the beginning that when you pulled in that parking lot, you saw a white Mercedes. It took us 45 minutes for you to tell me that. Why?
Did you ask me?
You see, there we go. We asked you of a detailed account of what happened. You're leaving things out. You're intentionally leaving things out.
I'm not leaving things out. I'm fucking nervous, and I'm telling you to the best of my ability, but as we keep talking about this, pieces are coming in, and I'm telling you.
It was a gruesome crime scene, and you're grabbing shoes, and you're grabbing strollers, and you're not being appropriate about your communications with 940. 940 needs to call it, but that's not your jurisdiction. That's a murder investigation. The city's not gonna want to hear that border patrol is fucking around with the crime scene.
940 was fucking.
What is that in your organization nationwide? All the border patrol doesn't give a fuck.
Hey, bro, come on.
They just
Tell you something. I did not do that, man.
I
was not being improper in the radio.
Well, the moment I showed up, I saw a gruesome crime scene. You were there a long time before we showed up. Which means that
You don't understand when it went down. It wasn't like I went over there and I saw, oh shit, let me call this in. As soon as I stopped and I saw a body laying on the floor, I got on my handnail and I called it in as I went there. All right? That's how I did it. How was I supposed to know it was a gruesome death with whatever, when I was like walking on my way there?
Man,
At that time, my heart was freaking beating.
You're being a minute specific, but you know, generally speaking, you know what we're talking about. You know what's going on.
I mean,
Someone's welcome.
you're picking up the little tennis shoes. What are you doing with all that? You're not a detective. What are you doing with that?
Murder, brother. I mean, that's
murder. And you intentionally leave your name out. You don't fully identify yourself to me.
I fully identified myself.
No, you didn't.
Paramedics, this just happened, man. That is a body.
Ray Garcia, whatever his name is. Ray Garcia, I fully identified myself with him with my driver's license.
That's not a problem. That's not a problem.
I wasn't trying to hide names or anything.
Well, yeah, stop.
You guys need to stop fucking saying shit. And you know what? I've been cooperating, but the way you guys are treating me, which I don't understand. I really don't understand.
How are we treating you?
Like I'm fucking making things up. Like saying that I was wrong on the radio.
Some things don't make sense, so we gotta get it clear. We gotta clarify it. This is not some misdemeanor, this is a serious.
Okay, let's clarify things up.
Alright, I'll tell you what. You want a little bit of water? You want some water? We'll take a little 2-minute break, come back, and we'll get you some water.
I do need to use the restroom, but I'm not gonna.
You're not gonna do it? You gonna hold it? Okay, hold it. You want some water or not?
Are you leaving or?
We're gonna come on back. Because we're gonna sit down and talk, put together some other things that we've done. We've got 2 minutes.
How long are you guys gonna keep me detained here? If not, go take me to jail, I can freaking call.
You're gonna get detained, man.
I understand.
We have enough evidence and probable cause to have these. I've already explained to you the severity of the situation. Yeah, man, I was.
You understand how this works. I'm trying to tell you, you're being detained. You can't do any work. We're gonna do something here, confer about some statements, and then we'll come back and talk to you.
Go to the bathroom, I guess. Hey, no, seriously. I talked to my chick.
Who? Your wife? When we come back, we'll give you the phone.
Come on, man. That's what they be telling me since I got here.
No, man, right now, when you got the phone, I'll just don't let you talk here.
I agree. Hey, Solo, let me call her. You freaking call her, man. This is fucking. Come on, man. I want to talk to you. Open up to me now. Open up to me. It's not gonna get any easier for you. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you.
You know what I say when I say wait? I mean, let's talk with me.
I had somebody with me.
Yeah, look, she told you you had a sign button. She told you you had a sign button.
No, I know, but it was stupid. It was long time.
About a year and a half.
Yeah, it was a year and a half ago. I didn't believe it, man. I didn't believe it.
She was she saying leave your wife? No, I got proof, man. She never did that to me, man. Never, it was never like that. This was never what do you call this thing? You wanna know that your son? No, what do you call this thing? Chantaje. ¿Cómo se dice eso? Chantajeando. What is that? Chantaje, like fooling around? If I take your pen and I'm like, you don't give me a watch, you don't get it back. Oh, yeah, yeah. Like extortion? Yes, it wasn't extortion, man. It was never like that. We were fucking cool. We were cool. We were fucking cool. She lives around mine somewhere, and she frequents that part all the fucking time. Where she lives? She used to live. Is her house before? I've seen her house, yes. I haven't been inside her house, ever. Have you been by her house? I came by her house. There's gonna be witnesses, family, neighbors, they see it, I mean, but. Yes, yes, I understand. I drink about her house. Okay, I'm drinking my where does we have her? Amy and kids, what are your kids' names? Oh, don't worry about that. Oh, so no, yeah, well, you need to think about it, man. I'm not trying to play with you. I'm just trying to remind you, that's your family. I'm not telling you what. What's this supposed to be? You want me to say, well, I already told you. I'm not telling you how proof. How much bullshit? I don't want to prove no bullshit. But I'm already putting you through fucking bullshit by this whole fucking situation. I can freaking easily show you guys that me and her were fucking cool. I never had an issue with her. How are you showing your phone number? Yes. You give me consent to put your phone? No, I'll show you. I'll give you fucking shit. What kind of phone you have? I mean, we have it, but I'm saying what kind of phone you have? I'm not going to give you consent to look at my phone because they're going to look at everything else. Oh, yeah, no, we definitely have to. Oh, yeah, I know that. The things important to this case concerning, is there anything that will prove that you didn't do it? Of course. Well, you might want to use it. No, I mean, what do you mean? Is there anything that will prove that you didn't do this crime? Of course not. Okay, well, is there anything that will prove it? Of course not. I didn't do it. I know, but that's my question. My question is there anything that will prove that you didn't do it? It was, no, in my phone, there's proof that I never, there was never any call. Okay, well, is that our relationship? Your phone records prove that you spoke today? Today? Yes. And what was the discussion that you had with her? Oh, I didn't speak with her today. Yeah, well, did she text you? No. Why did you only live in the same location? There's nothing on phone. I just asked you, was there your phone and her phone, did you all call each other this way? No. You guys can check, how you guys will, so how you will. No, I didn't talk to her. I didn't text her. Today, I talked to her weeks ago. I can't tell you what you're doing, alright? Now, I'm telling you the truth. I know you're gonna find out. I know you're gonna put you before the mouth shit. So we have to know. I know. And then what are you gonna do? And what are you gonna do when you find out that I didn't talk to her today? Are you gonna put me out? I'm gonna tell you the truth. That's just one thing. You're probably not gonna apologize for it. That's one thing. Why should I apologize? I think there's two different people. No. Yeah, I know. One of them is possibly your son. Wait, okay, so tell me some phrase. Are you accusing me? Are you saying that to me? We have the whole cost of the video. My partner's been telling you. They think it's you. He's been telling me. I'm telling you guys. It's not me. How is all this gonna be lined up? And he's also, she lives by that fucking park. She goes there all the time, man. Look, I don't want to worry because this is irrelevant to the stuff, man. It's irrelevant, but she has her own all the issues with all the people, man. Man, yeah, that's probably your son, man. You're there. A dead boy is there. A dead child is your son. It's gonna be your son. She's telling you if this week. She's got one son. She told me one time, and this is stupid. Well, I'm just telling you so you don't think that I'm like the bad guy here. Do you think it's yours or no? No sé, no sé. Okay. You think there's a chance? Puede ser, pues sí. Okay. Do you want to know if it's your or not? Es tu son, no? Es tu son. Although you didn't know the child, it could be that's your son. No? You want to know if it's yours or not? We're eventually going to get to that. So, you want to run a DNA test, check it out, see if it's real. It's all going to come to that. I'm just saying, one child that you didn't know, no conocidas, but that's still your child. Based on what she's telling you and based on the family saying, well, she's went to a property. So, I mean, based on this common sense probability, I think at the end of this thing, Bugos and Amy and your kids, man, you need to be thinking about that. You need to be thinking about that. How can you make the situation easier on that? Come on. How can you do it easier for them? How is your wife gonna say, oh my God, my father or my children are coming home? I don't know, because no matter what, man, from this day on, everybody's gonna look at me like if I did something right when I really fucking did. That's what's pissing me off, you know? Because yeah, because I did it. Did you rush him? Did you do anything else? Obviously, we need to do it. Yeah, sure, he's back. How much longer are you guys gonna have to detain before you guys? It's gonna be a while, man. This was like the investigation. A lot of people talk to, a lot of evidence, family members of Corinne, a lot of stuff. Muchas cosas que hacer. So what does that mean that I'm gonna be here? You're gonna be here for a while, yeah. For a date? No, I didn't say that. No. We're on the phone with the prosecutor and all that stuff. So we need to figure out what's right, what's wrong, what do we have. And the fact that you're kind of dancing around it, you know, it's up to you the way you want to play it. What are you dancing around? I mean, you know, based on the information that we have and how it looks, you know, it just depends on how you want to act. It just depends on how truthful you want to be with yourself, you know, how serious the situation is. You know, the person that was discovered by you while you're on duty is someone that you know. The second victim happens to be, in all high probability, happens to be your son. And that's not even your family. Your family is at home, which is waiting for you. So, to you, try to explain that to the public, how do you think they're going to perceive it? They're going to perceive it. There's no way that he was going to let this girl ruin his family. Again, you're going to have a second opportunity with Amy. She came back to Texas to be with you, no? I mean, I know you say no, bro, but how else can you explain it? My relationship with her was never like that. She was never going to be so one with me and the other one. How do we know? Never. How do we know? She's gone. I'm telling you, never. Well, that's your side. It was never like that. It was never like that. You can ask your fucking sister, her mom, if she ever said like, I'll fuck this guy up. No, it was never like that. Well, you know, that's so to be, we're gonna find out how she felt about it. Because if it turns out that that's another thing there. She was just determined to make him be responsible to be a dad. She can't make you be there, you know, financially, child support. Hey, I just said that, and that's fine. And that was fine. That was fine with me. That was always fine with me. Did you ever say that? Did you ever ask me for money? Say, hey, child support. At least give me money to pay the kid. No. She was going to go through the process to verify if it was fine. She told me you were going to go through the process. No, that's what I was fine. Well, you just said you guys were going to go through the process to verify. I'm sorry. You said you guys. No, you said you. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's it. You only said that we're going to go through the process to verify. Yeah. That was what I thought. And Grizelda was she knew that you wanted to do that? Yeah. And you told her. You said, hey, let's find out. When did that happen? I can't remember. It was a while back. Like I said, me and her would be cool forever. ¿Y por qué se tardó? Why didn't you just do it? You know, hey, find out. Because it's like appointment and things and all kinds of shit. Did you tell your wife, Amy, does she know that you possibly have a son with him? I was waiting until it was, I guess, her no before I said. Okay, so she doesn't know. No. So we go ask her, she's gonna say no, no, sir. Yeah, she's not gonna know. Okay. Your children are about the same age as this baby? No. How old are your children? Older. How old are they? 10, 4, 11, 5, 10, 4. That's chiquitos. The 10-year-old, I don't know what's up. The little one doesn't know. 10 is a boy or girl. How do you want them to handle this, man?
Like I told you, no matter what happens, if there is humble, it's like you should know your call. Once you got that guy freaking 50 unit, you will always be that guy of 50 unit.
Oh, we can't compare that to the unit.
I hope you get my point, right?
Yeah, I definitely get it.
So it doesn't matter, once you guys freaking realize that I didn't do shit, it doesn't matter, man.
I don't think we're at the point where,
People are gonna fucking look down on me.
but I don't think we're at the point where they're gonna suspect. I think they're at the point where it's like, you can't be remorseful enough, to be honest with the community, Border Patrol, PD, City of Laredo, with her family. Que ahorita están in their hell, man. Does that even concern you a little bit? Que están sufriendo?
I'm not a bad person.
You're not a bad person, man.
Pero solamente porque, because of the circumstances and the fact that I know her and the things that were happening, that doesn't mean that I did it. And that's fine, because I'm pretty sure in the course of your guys' investigation, you're gonna see all the other sides of her that, that you guys don't know.
You want me to do a DNA swab so we can check to see, give me consent to do that, so we can see? So you're gonna make me do everything forcefully. Get a warrant so we can get your DNA swab, get a warrant so you can go on your phone.
I told her I'll show you my phone.
Well, I mean, I'm asking for consent. I'll be honest with you. I don't want you to show it to me. I want consent so I can go into it and I can study it and research it. That's what I want.
And look at all the freaking.
Everything, brother. Everything.
Guys send me.
No te voy a mentir. No te voy a mentir. It's 2 dead people. I need to see everything. I'm not gonna lie to you.
You know, be seeing white text with my wife and the pictures and all
Is
that.
that even important, man?
Yeah, it is.
Brother, we have 2.
Yo sé que tú tienes 2 dead people, pero eso no fui yo, ¿entiendes?
This could be your son, man.
It could be, but that, and if it is, believe me, it fucking pays me. But I'm not gonna fucking sit here and take a fucking blame for something I did not fucking do. And let me fucking tell you something, because Grizelda, let me tell you fucking something.
Did you say that's her?
No, I can't tell you that's her. I can't not tell you.
So that's mother and child right there, bro.
Yes.
They're gone. And he's likely your son. And you just thinking about yourself kind of thing, or?
No, I'm not. Wait,
I can't imagine being in your position, bro. I didn't do it wrong. I can't imagine, man. Just trying to, I don't know, for you to kind of help yourself, man. I mean,
what happened to her, man? What happened to her?
You tell me, man. You tell me.
No, what happened to her?
I cannot go this way. You gotta come this way. I think both of us have been there all day. Me and you have been there all day, man. We've seen the same thing. We know what exists. We know what we've learned. You've been present.
Yeah, although when I show up to the scene, I didn't know what happened to her. That's why I'm asking you. You guys already done the investigation. What happened to her? Just tell me what happened to her.
I mean, it's a violent crime, man.
It's your ass or what?
Come on, man. Beat your ass. Come on. It's a human being. How can you say beat your ass, Come on. I've been real generous with you. I've been patient one. I understand that, but you're talking about a dead person now. And we're still with the family. We're still at their house. We're having to answer their desperate pleas to hopefully tell them that that's not Grizelda. They want to hear that, but we can't tell them that because we know for a fact it's her. So seeing what we've seen, which is the mother, the sister, the family, them screaming in agony, que no sea, and then you're here saying somebody beat her ass.
Because you refuse to tell me what happened to her because you
think
that I fucking know, and that fucking offends me.
All I'm saying is show some respect, man. It's a dead person. A mother and a child.
All right, look, I'm sorry, right?
And the riverbanks of City of Laredo, near a popular family location.
Look, I'm sorry, right? It's just too much, man.
It is a lot, man.
The way that you guys are thinking is,
we're just asking questions.
I know, but come on.
If fuera sido Amy and your kids, you would get all over us. Hurry up, get some answers, catch them, what's going on? Así es la cosa.
Yo sé, pero you guys are not asking any questions. You guys are están como que.
What do you want me to ask? What do you want me to ask?
Everything you have asked me, I told you to the best of my knowledge. Yes, I forgot a detail
whatever me vino y te lo dije, ¿me entiendes? Yo te lo dije, ¿no? So you want the City of Laredo Police Department and United States Border Patrol to start looking for a suspect? You want us to start looking for somebody? Really? Based on what we know right now, you want us to stop what we're doing and turn our attention away from you and go somewhere else? No, I don't want you guys to do that. No, but that only a rational person can say that. I mean, do you want us to stop what we're doing and go somewhere else? No, I want you guys to do your job. And you want us to let you go? No. No, I want to clean my name. I want to clean my name from wrongdoing. That's what I want. That's what I want. So if we go. Okay, well, I was with someone else. ¿Me entiendes? This person, you can't even ask that, and he has freaking experience, man. This wasn't like I did it. ¿Me entiendes? And then I freaking went and like, hey, come over here. Come on, bro. Anyway, what the fuck you made me sit here with you, man? Why? Fuck, dude. Man, how was something that looks like that, man? That was something that looks like that, bro. You know, and this could be your son. You know, I'm trying to be patient, bro, but when I see something like that, and we see a lot of shit, you've seen it too, man. You're a veteran, and you've seen a lot of dead people, and you know, why? Te quebra el pinche corazón, bro, because we're family, you know, we're human beings, man. You know, we're fucking human beings. And sometimes people become cops, hey, you guys are laughing at the crime scene. We're not laughing at dead people, man. We're laughing because this shit, we gotta take it home with us. You know? And I'm here at the scene, bro, and I'm having to look at this little boy. My son owns shoes like that, bro. Míralos zapatitos, bro. Míralos. I literally bought my son some shoes like that. Es el mismo tamaño. Every time I see this picture, I'm picturing my son. You know? But it happens to be your son, bro. Why are you fucking with me, bro? Something. Pues entonces, iban a let me call me or you guys are still pissed. You know, no, we can't be pissed, man. Why am I gonna be pissed at you? I don't even, we already know each other. Why can't I take it personally? Your partner is saying that he's like, I know you did. I think it's whatever he said, right? He straight up accused me. That's his personal opinion, so I know for a fact that he don't like me. You're being very patient with me. You don't believe me either, so I know you don't like me either. That's not about lie, bro. I mean, I know you guys think I'm fucking guilty, and in a way I understand. Believe me, in a way I understand. But in another way, you gotta understand, like, I feel cornered, man. I feel cornered because
Jack, I'm gonna stop the video right here and give a short break to the jury, and we'll be right back.
Congratulations.
I didn't hear what they said. I heard them say they were going to pause it right there. I take it they're going to probably go for a lunch break here. But let's see what they say. Eowyn is happy.
Now, I know you want to put up your ME and but my
Okay, sidebar. I want to hear when they're going to come back after break, but I think it'll probably be about the time the Corey Richens hearing is. Hey, Eowyn, they're saying hi to you. Let's see. Found another video to play. Did did we watch the video of the young woman who gave birth in the hospital bathroom and stuffed her baby in the garbage can? There's a video with her boyfriend, and it'd be interesting to take a look at that during our lunch break here. Let's see. Oh, they've gone to... Maybe that's it for lunch. I thought they were going to come back and tell us something. We need a fly on the wall. Yeah, that would be really good. Seems like it's been 90 minutes. I'm in Mountain Time, yes. So, the Corey Richens hearing is set for 2 o'clock, and it's currently 12:37. And so I don't expect that will be long. So I'll need you guys to tell me what happens during court while I'm watching the hearing. Then I can tell you what happened in the hearing. Yes, they did. I think maybe somebody had to run to the restroom. Oh dear. I guess I wouldn't make it as a judge because I would need to run out to the restroom. Let me see. We were looking at the body language on Brian Koberger, and they just brought on Scott Rouse. So let's go finish up that video here.
Who study this, joined by one of those people, behavior and body language expert, Scott Rouse. Scott, thank you so much for being with us tonight. I'm curious, again, because Twitter was exploding today with people reacting to seeing him in court, really just analyzing his every move. What did you make of him today? Because to me, he looked relatively calm. I don't know if that's something that his attorney Ann Taylor has sort of coached him on, but he looked calm and composed.
You're always going to get someone that's giving you witness prep in a situation like this, and there are things you want to look for and things you want to make sure you see and make sure everything that is supposed to be there is there. The thing that really caught my attention was the fact that he has a lot of pursed lips cues. He does this a lot. Does that? It's really quick. He does a lot of those. And he also does this little thing it's almost like a lizard tongue jut. It's not mouth grooming. Quite often we refer to this as mouth grooming when the tongue comes out and does something like that, but his juts out really quickly. These kind of things automatically took me to thinking this may be what's called or referred to as tardive dyskinesia, which is caused by antipsychotic drugs, and that's when you get those for schizophrenia and depression or bipolar disorder. That's one possibility of those. Another possibility would be we see those because those are the adapters he's using, the things he's using to get rid of the built-up stress and tension. But I'm not seeing built-up stress and tension anywhere else. He's not using adapters in his hands. He's showing no facial expressions whatsoever. In the first video that Christopher, your producer, sent, where he was in the orange suit in court, we did see one smile very quick, but we didn't see much at all in the eyebrow movement, in the brow movement. That lets us know that he's either super focused on what's going on, which normally you would be, or maybe he's on some kind of somewhere on the spectrum, maybe. But there's even though they say there's, you can't see much, and what we don't want him to see is make decisions about his blink rate and things like that. His blink rate is fairly low. The normal blink rate for a person is about 15 to 20 times a minute, and this guy's is really, really low. We're not seeing much there at all. We are seeing some clenching of the jaw. That's why you see that muscle right there pop out some. But
I want to show you,
are,
Scott, there's a side-by-side we have of Brian Kohberger's first court appearance and then the one today, and you can see them next to each other. And I want to get your reaction. You see here, this is him when he was in the car versus today. Is there anything? He did look kind of bigger to me today. I mean, he's had almost like a bulletproof vest on in the past. I don't know that he has that on underneath the suit today, which you see on the right side of your screen. But do you notice any major differences from him in the car before the arrest?
No, he's not wearing a bulletproof vest in that one where he's coming in the court. I can tell you that. But in the car, he looks fairly relaxed. But again, we're not seeing some things we should see. We're not seeing any eyebrow movement, not much at all. And he's very calm. And everything looks, it's a great non-felony stop for the police officer. But in the court, he's fairly still in the car. But his face has changed just a little bit because he's relaxed in the car. But here he's focused on what's going on, and he's very apprehensive about what's happening. Every time you're in court, you're apprehensive.
Yeah, that makes sense. And there are people watching this for sure who are thinking, I mean, my gosh, you're analyzing every single move this guy makes. Who wouldn't be nervous in court?
Exactly.
Is this really fair to be doing this? The judge didn't want the camera to be focused on him the whole time. Brian Kohberger's lawyers have called body language analysis actually a pseudoscience that could keep him from getting a fair trial. What do you make of it?
We hear that a lot when it comes to being a pseudoscience, but there's so much research that backs all those things up. If you're not dealing with someone who just Googles their information and comes on and says, this means so-and-so, and this means so-and-so.
Yeah.
When you look at this from a neurological perspective, those are the things you want to look for. You want to look for things that would show you stress. We're not seeing much stress in this guy at all. We're not seeing anything in this guy at all. No emotions, when he says yes, he just leans forward and says yes and leans back. If they've done any training for him, they've told him just to say yes or whatever because he doesn't move much, he doesn't do much. But I go back to those things where we're seeing that all that lip pursing in every one of these videos. I didn't see it in the car, but I did see the tongue jet 3 times in the car. It's really quick little tongue jet that comes out. That's why I go back to that tardive dyskinesia and my concern about maybe there was a psychological situation going on there before all this.
Interesting.
And he may have been on drugs for that.
And he's definitely, I mean, look, we've seen him in the car during the traffic stop. We've seen him with his dad in the car on that body camera video. Every time there is something very, very odd about his mannerisms and sort of the way that he interacts with people, which is interesting. It's interesting to hear you sort of analyze the way he looks in court. Scott Rose, thank you so much for coming on tonight. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find.
I just had an idea. Let's call the jail here and ask. I've got the Salt Lake County Jail here.
Officer Sheriff.
I had a question for the jail people.
Okay, I can transfer you over there. Hang on a
Okay,
sec.
thank you.
You have reached the Salt Lake County Jail. For English, push 1. Para español, oprime el 2. You have reached the Salt Lake County Sheriff's Office Metro and Oxbow Jail phone room. Please listen carefully to this message as our visiting services have changed. All information regarding communicating with or visiting a prisoner, ordering commissary, or adding money to a prisoner's account can be found on our website at slsheriff.org. The jail is currently requiring all visits to be pre-scheduled. All prisoners are currently allowed 1 visit per week and a maximum of 2 visitors over the age of 1. If you need additional information about this or any other service, or you would like to schedule a visit, please press 0 now to speak to the next operator. You have reached the Salt Lake County Sheriff's Office Metro and Oxbow Jail phone room. Please listen. Wait while I transfer your call.
You've reached the Salt Lake County Adult Detention Center. Please stay on the line and an agent will be with you shortly.
Salt Lake County Jail, how can I help you?
I had a few questions doing some research. I was wondering, do prisoners get to have their medications while they're in jail?
So some of them they'll get them in blister packs. You know, things like that. It just depends on what the medication is, on whether or not like a nurse goes in and then you know, gives it to them, or if they've got access to it themselves.
Okay, we were just trying to find out if they didn't get medication at all. I went, I don't think that's possible because you need patients to be competent to stand trial, and you've got medical conditions where it's life-threatening without them. So, okay, well, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
You're welcome. Have a great day. Bye.
Okay, let's see. There was another video I found here, which, what was it? Trying to spot. Oh, yes, it was the, okay, first of all, did we go over the woman who gave birth at the hospital? Ooh. Well, it sounded to me like they do give medication, but it's under strict supervision. So, yeah, it's weird because I was on Studio here where I can watch the metrics, and it was saying that chat was disconnected, but everything looks fine over here on StreamYard. So, okay, so maybe we'll watch the video of this young gal. How about we take a short break and start up a new stream? Maybe I'll do that in a bit. I think I wanted to break it into a morning session and an afternoon session so that if I need to edit. Okay. I had called the Salt Lake County Jail. There's each county's going to have their own jail. So should we go a little longer and then come back, or start the new stream now so that people will come in before the lunch break is over if there's anybody who's wanting to watch? Give me a few minutes and I'll set up the another stream here, and then we'll end this one. Let's see. Yeah, there was this young woman in New Mexico, I think it was, who she was complaining of back and stomach pains, and her mom took her to the hospital, and she went to the bathroom and was in there for 20 minutes and gave birth to a baby boy and put it in the trash and covered it with a new trash bag and so forth. And the hospital staff were getting concerned because she was taking so long, and they were banging on the door. And so she finally came out and went back in, and somebody looked in the bathroom and saw that all this blood and stuff. And so they sent the cleaner in to clean, and she cleaned it twice before she found she went to change the bin liner and found that the bag was heavier than it should be, and so the baby was found at that point. And so she's been charged with murder. And yesterday they had her lawyer on court TV who was trying to say, oh, well, she was given morphine and so forth in the hospital for the pain, and that killed the baby, kind of thing. And so that's how they're trying to get off of the case. But let's see. Okay, let's see. Oops. Live stream. Okay. Let's go back over here to where's the stuff? Okay, edit. Yeah, it was on court TV last night. So, let's see. I'm going to edit the title on this video so that it says morning session, and then we can make it easy to find for future reference. So let's see. Oops. Do a little cut and paste here. I didn't watch the entire thing, but I got the gist of what he was saying. So okay, we're almost ready here. Oops, wrong tab. Wrong tab again. Okay. Okay. Now we just need a thumbnail. Okay, we are set up for we're set up for jumping to the afternoon session. Let's see. Have we froze? No, we haven't froze. I just paused the video at the end. So okay, well, I've set it up to start the new stream in 5 minutes. So let's end it here. Take a short break, run and get some snacks, something to eat, and we'll start up on the news stream in just a few minutes. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye.